in Las Vegas, and will be back with us tomorrow to talk all things Vegas trip and all that good stuff. It's Jake Shapiro sliding in once again for my man Cecil Lammy, and I'm looking forward to having another day with you. Another 4-hour show. Shap, should be fun.
We're having more fun than our boy having his fourth day in Vegas. That fourth day in Vegas, oof.
They're like, just get me home. When's my flight? I'll just go to the airport early and wait this out.
Right, like, can I catch an earlier flight at this point? Like, what can I do to get out of here, man?
I don't know that 4 days in Vegas will ever happen again for me, but a quick, I don't know, like, I feel like 32 hours is probably the most appropriate time in Las Vegas. Give me 32 hours. I can have my fun. I can embarrass my friends, and then I'll head home.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest gambler, so I don't even need all of that. Like, give me like one day at the pool, give me a nice dinner, give me an event.
Too,
and I'm good. So as I've gotten older, I'm like, I don't need to maximize the value of this flight. I need to maximize my happiness.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, we got a ton to get into today. We talked about it on Friday's show, Jake, the fact that all eyes were going to be on game number 7 on Saturday night between the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and it did not disappoint. It was outstanding basketball for everybody not in the market that is Oklahoma City or likes terrible, terrible, awful basketball that is played by the Thunder of Oklahoma City. So it's the Spurs arriving. They are now here. You said it last week. We talked about it a lot. Wemby's 22. Steph Castle's 21. Harper, the kid, is 20 years old, who just had an outstanding Western Conference final as a rookie in this league. It was everything I wanted it to be. We said on Saturday or Friday when we were doing crosstalk with the drive, like, I think in my heart, I feel like the Thunder are going to win this because they're set up to do so at home. Referees doing what the referees have done for this team for the last 2 years, but it wasn't the case. They let them play. San Antonio came out through the first punch and continued to be in control of the basketball game for basically 48 minutes.
I don't think that any of the four of us who had that conversation late Friday would have guessed that Chet Holmgren would turn into Casper the Friendly Ghost because he was letting Wemby do whatever he wanted, like we saw at different times in that series. But offensively, his game diminished to not even being able to catch the ball at times. He was completely unplayable, and eventually the Thunder pulled him. And this is a guy who was the third best player on a championship team 2 years ago now. And Jalen Williams is a guy who was their second best player, and he was unable to go. And then that other creator, A.J. Mitchell, is not playing for them. And you saw the impact on their offense that it was just Shea. And he was fantastic through 3.5 quarters. And then the Thunder didn't get him the ball, / he didn't take any looks down the stretch, which was bizarre. So there are a lot of takeaways from that game, Josh, but ultimately, I came away with that going, that game 1, that game 7, those are two of the better playoff games I've watched. This was two really great teams going at it, and this was Wemby proving very early in his career to get through some of those wars.
Yeah, it was exactly that. And the like genuine emotion on Victor Wembanyama when they won. That part of it is so cool. And Shap, you've done this for a long time. I've done this for a long time. There are moments like that now. We also talked about the fact nobody hates Wemby now. Let's see if this is kind of the start of creating the supervillain that is Wemby for the rest of us. But there are moments and I remember distinctly like the first time LeBron James won a championship. And I don't like LeBron. I'm not the biggest LeBron guy. I think he's hurting the league at this point more than helping the league at this point. But when he won his first championship, and dude, I remember, like I'm looking at it right now, he's like popping his jersey. He looked like gleeful, like a little kid that got what they were asking for 4 months for Christmas. And those moments, like that's what means a lot to me. We do this, and to be honest, you could get kind of numb to it, but with what we do and it becomes work. But seeing Victor have that moment, I felt like a little kid. That's like, man, that moment is what we all are chasing and want to achieve at whatever it is we do for a living.
Yeah, and as someone who covers sports, I dream for the athlete that wears their emotions on their sleeves, is very open with their quotes, and Victor Wembanyama is the dream to me of what can be an athlete that you are covering and build a league around and market. And you look at LeBron James and the way he carries himself, yeah, he's never gotten into trouble. He's never done anything that's truly bad. The worst thing he ever did was switch teams, which honestly is like not a bad thing. It's just annoying that happened, right? But he's so guarded and he is so constructed in every single thing that he does. I don't know.
Constructed is a great way to put it.
Yeah, and I don't know that I feel like we know who he is as a person, whereas Victor Wembanyama, who literally is constructed to the point where he knew he wanted to be a basketball star at 12, so he started taking English classes in France. Like, he is constructed, yet something about him is so emotional, is so personable. And for me, no matter how annoying it will be to watch a 7'7" guy dominate the league for 20 years and how villainous that could become.
With Greg Popovich sitting up in the rafters, right?
And Tim Duncan cheering him on.
Yeah.
And the Spurs fans who bothered me much of my childhood being happy again. As annoying as all of that is, if Wemby the person stays the person that we saw crying on the court Saturday night, if that stays that guy moving forward, I'm going to have a hard time ever rooting against that guy.
Same. Yeah, I'm with you. Plus Jacob Toby, the voice of the Spurs now. Right?
Our boy!
We got to root for our boys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Jacob Toby out there getting to experience this in his first year as the team's broadcaster is outstanding. I do have some good news for Nuggets Nation, right? And the fans that root on Nikola Jokic and these Denver Nuggets. Our other mutual buddy, Andy Bailey, tweeted this out over the weekend. Joker's played Victor 7 times. He averages 37.3 points per game in those games, 10.9 rebounds, 9.1 assists, almost a block and a half, 1.1 steals, with a 60.62 point percentage, a 62.1 true shooting percentage, and by the way, the team is 5-2 against the Spurs.
As somebody who's watched all of those 7 games very closely for us here at Denver Sports and has been in person at half of them, the only player that Nikola Jokic is bothered by offensively, where their defense bothers him, is Victor Wembanyama. And you just read off the stats that he is statistically better against Victor Wembanyama than he is against the last 3 years. And that just goes to show you how great Nikola Jokic is, that he's able to make those in-game adjustments to put more arc on his shots, to find spots that are maybe a little more uncomfortable for his own game versus what he does on a day-to-day basis, which is what separates players like Nikola Jokic, who are an MVP caliber player, from an all-NBA caliber player like Chet Holmgren, who completely disappears and is swallowed up by Victor Wembanyama and his teammates. It's
going to be an outstanding series. Got to wait till Wednesday for it to start. The Stanley Cup final is underway. That will start tomorrow. But I got to be honest, I'm not biggest out-of-market hockey guy anyway. And now with Victor and the Knicks being back in it, and Cecil's going to hate me tomorrow, boys, but I'm going to still hate his Knicks now that Victor's in the final. Can't root for the Knicks now. I am all in on the NBA Finals. I'll be watching the Stanley Cup. It's just not that appealing to me, to be honest. I don't care about Carolina. I don't hate Vegas that much to hate watch the way we were all watching the Thunder.
The only reason I'd want the Knicks to win is because one of my best friends is a very big Knicks fan, to the point where I'm going to pose this hypothetical, and you mull on this. He has a lot of money. He lives in New York. He's doing completely fine. He has tickets to the finals.
Wow.
And he's been a lifelong Knicks fan. He's like, what do I do if they're up with a chance to close out in Game 6? What's the lower bowl seat that I would sell this for?
I don't think you can.
Yeah,
I don't think if you're that deep of a fan, if it means that much to you, and your team can win, you have to be there.
What if it's 150?
How much money does what are we talking net here?
He would net probably.
No, his worth.
Oh, he makes 6 figures a year.
I don't think I would do it.
I told him if it's 125 or more, you should sell. Buy tickets to OKC Game 7, and either the Knicks win, it's the greatest night of your life, and it's fine you're not there and you made $100K, or you are going down to Oklahoma City for half the price for games. Or San Antonio, yeah. San Antonio for half the price.
That's not a bad play either.
Yeah.
Because you could go there, and if you win, you get to do it amongst the others,
right,
respectfully. But I don't know. Being in, especially it's Madison Square Garden. That's a whole different layer of it,
And you have to remember, he's been at every single playoff game to this point, too.
I don't know that I'd sell. I don't think that I would sell.
I don't know. I don't know how to advise him. So if you got advice on the text line, for me, because I think about it with Game 5, Josh, of I was in lower bowl for that. I was obviously covering it here for Denver Sports, but I'm a lifelong Nuggets fan, and I'm just like, oh my God. I don't know what the number would have been, but if you started talking six figures, you're getting into the territory of I could have been moved.
Well, I mean, you were there the night of the championship and everything. Of like, we actually got paid to do that, which is incredible.
We were in the locker room.
That was one of check that. That was the greatest nights of my media life. That night.
And it's funny you say that because I told him.
Had a fun night at Eric Johnson's house once too, but that night was better.
For me, the NBA Finals, when the Nuggets won it, Game 3 in Miami was far better to me in person to be at because that was the triple-doubles from Jamal and Joker.
We talked about last week, yeah.
On the road. It was the first road playoff game that the Nuggets felt behind in the series, and they needed it, and they just got it right away, and it was awesome. And it was in Miami. Like, that to me was the one I wouldn't pass up for just about anything. But that Game 5 was not very good until KCP got the steal. It was just pure anxiety. So I could have been talked out of it, like, in retrospect. It's the extra special things we get to do as media members that make me go, okay, that experience was invaluable.
Yeah. All right, answer that question. RamosLaw.com text line's open, 303-713-1043. Would you sell if you had lower bowl tickets and your team was going to clinch in a championship series like Jake's buddy in New York City? Tell us on the text line. Use your name. Also, Tribe and Trucker roll call over there, youtube.com/DenverSports. You can do the same thing on the Champ Honda Tribe chat there at youtube.com/DenverSports. All right, plenty to talk about. I want to talk about what it means for the rest of the West, the Nuggets, as we get deeper into the show now that the Spurs have punched that ticket. But let's talk a little Broncos. What was the best and worst move of the Broncos offseason? Not many, but they did add Jalen Waddle. Is that the best move? Or, I know some people are going to hate this, I might be making the argument that it was actually bringing J.K. Dobbins back. That's coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drive's Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW-4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303-LAW-4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 1043 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover.
All right, we want to hear from you guys on Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Name on the end of your text to get you read a little faster. Same deal over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. And check out what's going on there with Tribe Roll Call or Tribe Chat, fueled by Champ Honda. Miles is in first. Oh, Miles is living the life, dude. Shappy says, Miles from the country club here. Just flew back in from Hilton Head, South Carolina, played some golf, lived the dream. Back to work this week. Go get 'em, boys. Proud Tribe member since day one. If you go on the golf trip, like, do you just think about golf the entire... I think about golf nonstop as it is. If I go on a golf trip with the boys, I'm thinking about all my bad shots for, I don't know, the next 21 days.
And so are your boys.
And so are my boys. Miles, living the dream. That's a great example of Tribe Roll Call. Hit us up there, and then you can help Jake's buddy solve his problem, too. I don't know that it's a problem. It's a rich people problem. Triple Dip says somebody sell the lower bowl tickets, get something in the upper part, buy tickets for Game 4 in San Antonio, and make a nice profit so you can buy tickets next year, too.
Yeah, Chris on YouTube says that $125K for tickets is crazy. I'm not sure that you understand what's going on in New York with Knicks tickets right now. He said he paid $1,500 for Super Bowl II tickets in Super Bowl 50 in the second level. Again, Nuggets, you could have gotten in Miami 2023 for $250.
Wow. This is New York. It's Madison Square Garden. It's a little different.
First time in 50 years the Knicks can win a championship. I'm telling you, you look Game 3, the prices are $4K. We're talking about lower bowl with a chance to clinch. I'm telling you, these things could run up to 6 figures.
Oh, it's going to be insane. And imagine if they win, what the city's going to do then. Oh, it's going to be nuts, dude.
We're going to lose our most populous city in the country overnight.
Yeah, right. Oh, the fires, the police activity. It's going to be dangerous, so hopefully everybody's all right. All right, well, we wait for folks to text in, and we'll get caught up with you guys on both the text line and the YouTube Tribe chat. I read an article. Kevin, you sent it our way about best and worst of, right? What the Broncos did this offseason. Best signing, worst move. Now, ESPN calls the best signing the re-signing of J.K. Dobbins, and the worst move, this is something you and I agree upon, Jake, is letting John Franklin Myers walk and not having like a, hey, this guy is a plug-and-play type of player. I think they have, we'll call it 3 options now with the young fella that could fill that void. I just don't know what each player is going to look like in that role. So best and worst. ESPN says the best is re-signing J.K. Dobbins, not adding Jalen Waddle. Worst is John Franklin Myers. I want to talk to you about both, and I could argue for the J.K. side. Although I love Waddle, I put him on my core last week. If Davis Webb is going to change his tune a little bit. I don't know that. I don't know that you know that. I'm not sure Cecil knows that yet. We can maybe start to get some glimpses of that. I don't know how much is going to go down this first week of OTAs, but over the next few weeks, they led the league last year in pass attempts. You don't have an emphasis on running the ball if you lead the league in pass attempts. So if Davis Webb changes that a little bit, and they're not going to go from leading the league in pass attempts to leading the team or league in rush attempts with J.K. Dobbins, but if there's more of that balance, and this is the biggest caveat, J.K. stays healthy. I think I'm a fool if I think he's going to play 17 games. When I say healthy, I'm looking at like 14 games. That'd be a great year for a guy like J.K. Dobbins, and those 14 obviously have to be at the ladder and not at the front. So if those things happen, J.K. gives me 14 games and Davis has an emphasis on running the football, I think that argument can be made. He was the most important piece to bring back.
Yeah, I would tamp down the fact that the Broncos did lead the league in pass attempts with the fact that 25% of the Broncos' pass attempts are simulated run plays, essentially, with Bo Nix throwing behind the line of scrimmage.
All right, fair.
I don't have the exact number where everyone else is in the NFL, but I've watched the Bo Nix offense. Yeah, he does throw deep shots. I'm not the guy that goes, oh, he never throws past 5. That's not true. But he does throw a lot of plays that are essentially run plays laterally. So I don't think that – I'm with you. The running game in itself was not prioritized, and hopefully that is moving forward. But to me, I look at both of these players in Waddle and J.K. Dobbins. Has Jalen Waddle ever been a top 3 offensive player in football for the course of 5 to 6 weeks?
No.
J.K. Dobbins was the first half of last year. He was a top 3 running back in football before he got hurt last year. So I understand where the ESPN list is going, and I think he's probably more important. It's kind of like how Aaron Gordon's more important to the Nuggets than Jamal Murray in some regards. Jamal Murray's the better player. Jalen Waddle's the better player. He's going to allow the Broncos to do more things, but without J.K. Dobbins, the Broncos offense literally does not function. It was a completely different beast.
That's what I mean. So if Jalen Waddle, he averages 1,098 yards every single year. That's what his career average is over 5 years. So let's just call it 1,100 yards. And if he gives you that and 10 touchdowns, I still might make the argument because of what the offense could look like and the balance that it would bring, that if J.K. gives me those 14 games and rushes for 1,300 yards and flirts with double-digit touchdowns, I think that might be a better and more significant impact and just lighten the workload on a dude like Bo Nix. He doesn't have to run around, and we don't have to worry about those ankles we talked about on Friday.
Yeah, all of those pass plays that you mentioned doesn't even account for the fact that Bo Nix takes off and runs some of those pass plays, which is going to happen hopefully less this season, would be my guess because of what's happened this offseason with the ankle stuff. But yeah, it's been years. I mean, it's been over a decade since the Broncos have had a guy rush for 1,100 yards or more, Josh. I think the last one might have been like not Willis McGahee. It couldn't be that far, right? 2011?
No, Phil did it in 2019, but I don't know what his number
1,100.
Yeah, I don't know what his number was.
Because you're talking about you said 1,200 yards or more because that's what the pace he was on. So I'm going more than 1,000. I'm like, okay, especially in a 17-game season, what's the number here of a guy that shows that you're really committed to a bell cow type running game? And yeah, there hasn't been a guy. Noshan, our good buddy, rushed for 1,038 yards in 2013, but no one's rushed for 1,100 or more since Willis McGahee in 2011. So it's not like this is just a Sean thing. This has been a long time thing with the Broncos.
Since 2011, we're talking about.
He rushed for 1,199 yards.
And now at a 17-game season, we're not asking somebody to be an all-pro running back. That's like, 80-something yards a game? I don't know. I'll have to do the math on a computer and not in my head. But it's not a big ask that you're asking these running backs to get to. I want to do something. I want to keep this conversation going, Jake, because I want to ask you about the defensive side. And I have another name that could be a pleasant surprise and maybe make us forget about the departure of John Franklin Myers. Different position, but might be checking a box that has been unchecked for, I don't know, Kev, when the Broncos start playing football. Yeah, maybe their entire history outside of a couple players, and we'll do that coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We've got unbelievable prices on appliances this Memorial Day. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're talking stainless dishwashers starting at just $369, chest freezers for $199, or an entire stainless steel kitchen for only $19.99. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. Hurry in, Memorial Day savings are going on now at Mountain High Appliance. Visit us today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event? You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to finish our conversation. We do have a little bit of some breaking news to share about a former Bronco and a new career path they're going down. Want to remind everybody, it's going to be in the 90s by the weekend. It's perfect weather for a perfect lake day. Day at the Lake contest continues on our app. Download the Denver Sports app and get entered today, and you could be on your way to the lake with a couple of paddleboards, a couple chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and $250 to fill up that cooler on a gift card or your gas tank, depending on if you have to fill that bad boy up as well. But you cannot win if you don't play, and you play by downloading the Denver Sports app. You'll have the rest of the week to get qualified, and hopefully somebody in the tribe is our big winner. All right, we are going to continue this conversation, Jake, and then I want to get to some breaking news that you have for us about a former Bronco. But on the defensive side, real quick, with John Franklin Myers, I would say, and again, maybe I eat these words if Justin Chenard shows he's better in coverage because he started to take some steps last year, and that's what earned him this opportunity to get this starting job, and then being okay with Dre Greenlaw saying see you later, which, by the way, they earn about $8.1 more million on the cap today because they are officially free and clear of one Greenlaw. But coverage linebackers have been a bugaboo on this team forever, and this division features Brock Bowers, and I know he's old, but he's still a threat in Travis Kelce. Everybody wanted a guy like Devin Lloyd, Jake, to come and fill that linebacker gap, and then they address one thing that they'd ignored forever, linebacker that can coverage running backs and tight ends coming out of the backfield. Devin Lloyd was going to break the bank. They weren't going to go do that. So like I said, maybe Justin Chenard makes us feel all okay that they didn't go get that inside linebacker. And then the dudes like Uwazurike, Jones, if they can step up and have that same sort of impact that John Franklin Myers had, we'll go, hey, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, for me, the worst move the Broncos have made this offseason was the move they haven't made yet, which is they haven't signed Von Miller yet.
Really?
Yes.
And you want them to do that?
100%.
Why?
He played 37% of the snaps last year for Washington, a bad team, and he had 9.5 sacks. And you want to talk about replacing John Franklin Myers, who had just about the same amount of sacks. I know they don't play the exact same situations, but I've had enough of, Sean Payton needs exactly this, and that on his roster to make this work. You know what great coaches do, Josh?
What?
They make every single roster situation work, and they coach to that roster. Von Miller is still an effective player in this NFL, and you know what they need? They need a guy who can go out and replace some of that production from John Franklin Myers. And Von Miller's sitting there begging to join your team.
Literally.
And you're going, Q Robinson, he's here, he's got some potential, he might play special teams. And, they don't play the exact same position, and Sean didn't do it like that in New Orleans, and blah, blah, blah. You know who I never hear this stuff with? Sean McVay. Great coaches.
Yeah.
Great coaches don't care exactly about every single player on their roster fitting their exact idea. I don't care if your 20 points per game in basketball are coming from the guard spot or the wing spot. I can make it work as a coach. So the fact that you have someone who's productive, who wants to join your team, and is somebody who we know and trust here in Denver, and you won't make it happen, to me, that's the worst move the Broncos have made this offseason. It's the John Franklin Myers thing combined with the fact that Von's going, please let me come back.
It's honest. It's desperate. It doesn't look good on Von. That's here's where I'm at with Von. One, Von wants this for all the wrong reasons. Von wants to continue to play football so that he can pass DeMarcus Ware. They're both tied at 138.5 sacks right now. Is Von playing to help the Broncos win, or is Von playing to help his story continue and he can pass his buddy and talk his talk when they meet up in the offseason? I don't like that. I also really do like the players that are on this roster and where their heads are at. Von Miller he hasn't even gone 3 years right now without being arrested. His last arrest happened in 2023 in November. And there was another little story that happened after that. He just didn't get arrested for it. So there's another part of Von's supposed to be this grown-up, mature dude that can't get his real life in order and his personal life in check. You want to come dilute the Broncos locker room and with decent players on it right now? I just don't know that there's room for a guy like Von Miller. Can he still play? Probably. Is he going to get you 2, 3, 4 sacks? Yeah, probably. I just don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze anymore when this dude's real life is a freaking mess.
I appreciate that you're trying to appeal to me on the morality case because I'm big into that. But your morality goes out the window when your head coach is Sean Payton.
Okay, that's fair.
So, I mean, I don't know. I can go through the laundry list.
Dude, he's still calling plays with his hand shaking, and we all know why his hand is shaking. So you're preaching to the choir over here.
So I look at it from the football perspective, and whether or not he's doing it because he wants the sack to be up the personal leaderboard in NFL history, or he actually wants to chase another ring with the Denver Broncos, that's for him. It doesn't really bother me because he's out there, and both of those goals align when he's out there. It's not like, because he's chasing the quarterback now, something bad's happened. No, his only job is to chase the quarterback at this point in his career. So I think there's a way to make this marriage work and make it work very successfully. And you know what? If it doesn't work, Chris Paul got cut by the Los Angeles Clippers this year. He's the best player in their franchise's history. You can cut him.
True.
And, there'll be hard feelings probably for 6 months, maybe a year, but he'll come right back. You traded him, and guess what? A couple years later, he's going, please, orange and blue, please.
It's so desperate when he was doing the Vons, but every time he talks, he's desperately trying to find a home on the Denver Broncos.
Want you somebody as bad as Von Miller wants to come back to Denver.
Yeah. Or anywhere. I bet you we know it because it's Denver. Where would he play? L.A., the Bills, Washington. When he's doing an event in those cities, I bet you he's campaigning with the same sort of intent that he does here.
I don't know that he's doing any events in Buffalo after his time there.
Probably not. That was his last arrest. Oh, thank you. No problem, Vaughn. No problem at all. I don't know. I don't think that there's outside of like fans and the cool story and everything, I don't know what he's going to do. Do you want Von Miller or Nick Bonito on the field?
Nick, but again, Von Miller played 37% of the snaps last year for Washington. Get him out there a quarter of the time, only on 3rd and long, and he can be valuable. And Von Miller with Nick Bonito, I think, is valuable. And, I know there's Malcolm Roach and Zach Allen, and we've got Alex Singleton, and there's all these types of guys that can impact the field. And every single person in Broncos country sits here going, look at all these names we got. You know what they are to me? They're names, man. A lot of these guys are just names. Von Miller's not a name. Von Miller's a Hall of Famer, and you work your team around the fact that you can get him here, and he can make an impact. And I'm with you. If Von Miller's playing over Nick Bonito, that's a problem. But you know what happens? What happens if Nick Bonito goes down next year? Do you feel comfortable about the Broncos at edge?
No, I mean, there's guys like Jonah Ellis behind him, but Jonathan Cooper is not this double-digit sack guy that you can rely upon every year. Dude, if Von Miller was like DeMarcus Ware, a good person off of the field, I'd have no pushback with you. This would be a great fit for everybody involved, but he's not that. He's just not that.
I can't believe I'm on the side of the not good person. This is
you
bizarre.
And you can't even argue that he is a good person off the field.
I mean, the Von's vision thing's really cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, that's cool. And obviously we love him here, but yeah, it's bad. It's getting worse too in time because he's older. It's not, you can't excuse the issues to he was doing a little, huff and puff out in the parking lot and he was 22 years old. This is different.
Dude, the stuff of him trying to pass a drug test, I don't care at all about that. I think people losing their jobs over weed is stupid as hell.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's completely different than what it was before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care if you smoke weed and play football. You should be able to do whatever you want if you're not hurting anybody.
I'm pretty sure Tortorol is far worse for you and everybody else than that. Yeah.
Yeah, not that big of a deal over here. All right, good conversation. What would you do? Yay or nay on Von Miller out there, Broncos country? It's something else you can tell us on the text line and our YouTube chat over there, fueled by Sean Ponda. Our boy Dieter's checking in. He says, I'm hauling horses from Albuquerque to Parker. By the way, sell those damn tickets to your boy. Make the money. Make the money.
Have a nice drive there. Hopefully you get through Raton Pass all right there, my friend.
That'll be all right. Denny and Firestone's with you. He says, I'm with Shap on this one. Sign Vaughn. I'd take him over Dondre Tillman any day. Dude, Denny, if we're just talking about football talent, I agree. I don't have much pushback, but we're not just talking about that.
And we're in the comments on YouTube with Broncos backup edge rushers always play special teams. They don't have to. That's a Sean Payton made-up thing. That's not like a rule in the NFL.
I like the fact that fans hold their hat on special teams. You mean when I go fill up my drink, go to the bathroom, or go to the garage? Special teams. We all care so much about special teams now.
Speaking of made-up rules within organizations that people are following, I got a bone to pick with you later in the show.
Oh, okay. I can't wait for that. I think you might have a bone to pick with our next subject as well. I want to talk a little CU with you. You're here, last day before Cecil comes back. Let's kick around a little Buffs conversation and what's on the line up there this year. Coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. You know summer's around the corner, and what does that mean? That means your air conditioner is going to be blowing 24/7. And you know what that means? That means dust and debris in the air. Hey, you clean your floors, you clean your counters, you clean your closets, but what about your air? Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews, and they're recommended by more contractors than anybody else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt and debris that other companies leave behind. Before your AC runs all season long, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Go to ductworks.com or just call them at 303-425-0985.
303-425-0985.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
The most exciting part of being in the jewelry business isn't the stunning diamonds, gemstones, or famous designers.
It's not even the pride of being a part of a family-owned fine jeweler founded way back in 1947.
No, for Shayna and I, for all our jewelry professionals at Williams Jewelers, it's being there.
It's being there when you discover that perfect diamond bracelet for your loving wife for your anniversary.
It's being there for those Mikimoto pearls for your daughter's college graduation.
It's being there when you finally found that one perfect diamond engagement ring that's worthy of the woman you can't live without.
It's being there for you. It's being a part of the most precious, unforgettable moments in your life.
What's not to love?
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we'll talk a little bit later about the bone you want to pick with me. I'm nervous about that. Big shout out to you, by the way. I tell the people, Jake doesn't live too far from the stadium and allowed me and my lady to come through and park at the house, see the house for the first time, which is outstanding. Your backyard setup is top notch, dude.
I've already got plans, and you're welcome to come hang out and check out the TV over. But outdoor TV World Cup a week from Friday, the U.S. men's national team opening match. I'm having a couple buddies over.
Yeah, we might come through for that. Your backyard is pretty sweet. You got to come check out ours because our first thing was like, let's get patio set up so it's dope, and we spend every moment we can out there, as you and the wife do too.
Yeah, I saw your IG a couple times with those posts. I mean, the outdoor TV is a game-changing move.
It's so nice, dude.
Yeah.
It is absolutely outstanding. All right, I want to ask you some Buffs questions. Jake is plugged in more than anybody up there at CU and what's going on with Buffalo Athletics, and I started to think about, all right, we are going to be going into, what is this, year 4 for Coach Prime as the Buffs head coach, man that makes it go up there. I want to know what your feelings are, anything you're hearing about this new offense, expectations. I went again through the schedule last night. We do it when it comes out, right? Oh, what's the wins? What's the losses? I don't see like 7-8 wins on this schedule. I think if things go very good, you can get to 7, maybe 8. I'm leaning more towards 7, but that's kind of mediocre, right? Are we all going to praise Dion making $10 million a year to be bowl eligible and go to another Alamo Bowl, which doesn't really do anything for me? How long does a guy get paid $10 million to be okay?
So your initial projection looking at their schedule was they are going to go bowling.
Yeah, like just at 6 wins.
Okay, I think that's hopeful. Yeah. I do. I look at this roster.
It's not
an
easy schedule.
No, it's not easy, and you have to keep in mind that over the offseason, the Buffs lost their best defensive player, their second best defensive player, their best offensive weapon, and their best overall offensive player in Jordan Seaton. So I don't look at this roster and go, oh my gosh, this is a team that is right on the precipice of building. This is, year 1 of Dion with Shedeur and Travis. It was a little tough. Travis got hurt, and then year 2, it all built up into something really nice. I don't look at it go, last year was year 1 of Juju Lewis, next year's year 2. From what I know, Juju Lewis is on the final year of his contract. Yes, contract. That's how it works in college sports now. Mm-hmm. And if Juju Lewis has a good year, it's not like all of a sudden Colorado's building to something his junior year. And it's all gravy from there, and oh my God, we're on the precipice of something. I will say that the Buffs are having a really good time recruiting, not for this fall, but for the coming fall. 2 years down the line now. So that's encouraging. Of course, all of that can change on a dime and has in the past. But Brennan Marion's offense should be really productive and interesting. That go-go offense, if you play college football on EA Sports, the go-go offense is the most fun offense to run because of all of the different running assets and the different things they can do in the run game. So I'm excited to see Colorado actually commit to the run game because I assume that was part of Marion's agreement with Dion in coming here. It's something Dion has not done. But the big question you outlined, how long will Dion last here in Boulder if he is still kind of hovering around bowl territory, not being bowl eligible, which has been the reality for the Colorado Buffaloes now for 2 decades? And my answer to you would be 2 parts. 1, if Deion Sanders decides to leave. And Deion Sanders deciding to leave would look like this. He would need to spin it as a win. So whatever his next opportunity he's going to, oh, look, I'm going to go be the next voice of college football on ESPN and join College Game Day. This is a great thing for my career progression, especially with the injuries and the health concerns I've had. This is going to be really good for me, and I'm really happy. Or, The Cleveland Browns have made me the offensive coordinator to work for Shador, and
Wow.
it's something I can't turn down. It needs to be something he can spin as a win. He's not just leaving to go be, I'm going to my farm in Dallas and I'm retiring. That's not what's happening. Number 2 is if Colorado wants him to leave. And this has shifted a little bit because with Fernando Lovo, the new athletic director up at the University of Colorado Boulder, there is a little bit of a changing of the guard. Rick George was there for a long time. Did not much for a long time. I'm as critical of Rick George as anyone. I'll raise my right hand to it, and I can go over the laundry list, but that's not this show right now. Lovo did a really good job in Albuquerque for the New Mexico Lobos.
And he was only there for a year, 2?
Only a year,
right?
Like a little over a year. Hired a football coach and hired a basketball coach. Both have been home runs. Jason Eck for the football program. And you do wonder, can you get Eck to come to Boulder if they wanted to? I think Eck's next job is going to be an SEC job, to be honest. But I also look at Lovo and go, you have the eye to go get a guy like that from the lower ranks. So that's an interesting thing to consider. However, in 2026 in college football, when you can spend $10 million on a player or multiple players or $10 million on a buyout, how bad does your coach need to be where you're blowing out your coach for $10 million? And the answer is pretty bad. And I honestly, as someone who's been a prime hater the whole time, I don't think Deion Sanders is that bad where the difference is we're going to get rid of him for $10 million, bring in a new coach for another $5 to $10 million, and that's money not going towards our roster. I'd rather spend the limited assets the University of Colorado Boulder has in their database and go spend that on my roster. So the answer is Deion's probably not leaving unless it's on his own volition because he can spin something as a win.
There is kind of a vibe coming up there from Boulder of like, we're just happy to be here. The university, they're just happy to be here with Deion on their arm because it makes them look more important than they actually are in the landscape of college athletics, college football specifically for what we're doing here. I think worst case scenario, think about this. If Deion finds a better thing or he's done, and we all, as the fans of the program, look back and go, so wait a minute. They paid the coach $60 million, whatever the number may be, and they went to the Alamo Bowl. They didn't even go to a Big 12 championship game. They weren't even talked about as a college football playoff team. They were ranked, did they get up to 15? Between 15 and 17, depending on what polls you were looking at a couple of years ago. That would be the highlight of the Deion Sanders era. And if anybody thinks that is success, well, then you're just a fool. And you're a groupie. You're a groupie that nobody can be taken serious.
Josh, you're looking at wins in football. You're not looking at the cash value.
Oh, how many wins did he have too?
The wins are irrelevant. Colorado fixed their books. They're in the black. Deion Sanders brought the money to Boulder, and that's what he was scheduled to do, and that's what he did. If they were serious about football, Deion Sanders would not be the coach.
Well,
he was a success by the metrics they are evaluating him
I think
by.
you know this. I know this. I think a lot of people hate this when they hear it, but you know what sports are about? First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Money, 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 and then you can talk about winning.
And here's the thing. Because where Colorado is and with college football situation, because of Deion, they got a lifeboat off the Titanic that was the Pac-12 into the Big 12. And there's going to be another shipwreck here coming with the Big 12 and all these other schools. Deion Sanders helps them position themselves to be on the next life raft. If he is gone, I don't know that Colorado is going to be on one of those life rafts.
And that's a scary thought because of what it was before Deion arrived and where, what was being talked about up there? It's a scary, scary situation for CU if this doesn't get right. And I have about a 1% confidence in my body that he can get it right.
I don't think it's happening.
So I said 1%. I give him the Brendan, Marion, and Julian saving your bacon and making you look better than you actually are.
I don't even have all that much faith in Julian. I mean, we saw a couple games from a freshman quarterback. It's not like we saw the Messiah. It wasn't like Travis Hunter was out there.
No, it wasn't. It was not. All right, one more reminder here, or a reminder about our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp. We're officially in June. It's June 1 today. So this thing's happening in 27 days at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. If you've got kiddos 8 to 14, come enjoy some hands-on coaching from Slareth, Lindsay, Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers Big Sister. For more information and to get the kiddo registered, hit our website. It's DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp. All right, let's start hour 2 with the Nuggets conversation. Speaking of money, what's the goal this offseason for the Nuggets? Contend again, or what Jake just said about the Buffaloes, do they want to get back to where they want to be financially with their roster? Few layers, and we'll answer these questions coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients. With innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me as their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger than any rails that you can buy from a normal lumber yard.
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
Memorial Day savings are going on now at Mountain High Appliances Clearance Center. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Save up to 60% on brand new appliances from Bosch, GE, LG, KitchenAid, and more. Amazing savings on out-of-box, discontinued, and floor models. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. Visit us today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
I've got to tell you about Champ Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Champ Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
.com text line is 303-713-1043. And the YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports. That baby is always open. Watch the show over there. And participate in the Tribe Chat fueled by Champ Honda. I see it, Jake. There's a 970 texters are always the most whiny of texters.
The W stands for Weld County.
Yeah. He's calling me out because of the special teams conversation. Yeah, special teams doesn't matter, and I won't back off of that. This one is for some college football stuff. But again, they get upset when you talk about their favorite teams. You know, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, they're mad at you for the Broncos losing a game, 2 years ago off that block field goal.
Yeah,
when did it matter then, Josh?
Right. That's okay. That's okay if you guys are mad at me. I'm a big boy. Jake, I want to talk about the Denver Nuggets and something that I read. I've actually been sitting on this for a little while. Bennett wrote it in the Denver Post, just a full kind of breakdown of where they are, what they have, and the financial situation that they're in. We know what the luxury tax is. We know what the first apron and second apron sits as. The Denver Nuggets right now have $213 million worth of contracts. I'm going to try to get this done as fast as possible. I know you understand, but to bring everybody along with us, there are options here. Cut Valanciunas, the wave and stretch method saves them about $9.3 million. I couldn't believe that he was writing about saving $40,000 with the Jalen Pickett contract. Is that where we're at with the Cronkies? It's about $40,000 to save some pennies there because they can do that by picking up an option. You can draft somebody with number 26, and I know you've sent or had some stories up about names and players that could be available at that number 26 spot at DenverSports.com. Pick that player. It's a roster spot on a very, very cheap contract. And then you got to figure out what you do with Spencer Jones and Payton Watson, RFAs. We talked about that last week. What was written is that you can offer Spencer Jones the minimum, and then you just have to hope he takes it and nobody else offers a higher role, and it gives you about another $20 million to pay Payton Watson. That still puts you in the second apron. Basically, what this all boiled down to, the closest way you can get to what the Cronkies want, which is getting under that second apron.
No. They want to get out of the tax.
Or the repeater tax, right?
Yes.
Well, you can trade Zeke and Cam and get you close to that. But then you have 10 players on your roster and so close that even vet minimums would put you up over where they don't want to be. So you can get to a spot where you are close, still need to fill 4 roster spots, have that one open. They say it's open for buyouts and they don't buy anybody out or bring anybody out from the buyout market. And you're still going to put yourself in that position. The math here is just simply you either run it back and they pay taxes or you put together what might look like the worst roster Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray have ever been a part of.
Yeah, as a twosome, because they're the worst rosters when Jamal Murray was hurt, which was Austin Rivers was starting playoff games.
The
which is
duo
insane.
for who they are. And now Austin Rivers is starting fights on the internet like I do.
Yeah, you and him, the same.
Yeah, right.
I look at this as just ridiculous that they're going to tear this down, and I'm completely on the side of anyone who has spoken out about how absurd the Cronkies are being about this proposition, and they have all the excuse in the world to go, oh, we need to reform the team because we got our butt handed to us in the first round by the backup Minnesota Timberwolves. Like, they can justify this, which is the part I was trying to tell everyone during this past playoff series. No, even if you want the Nuggets to reform, they need to win this playoff series because KSE is going to cut costs. And what Bennett basically poses, and he did a really good job in this story that came like 10 days ago, is either now or during the trade deadline, the Nuggets are likely going to be in a position where they'll have to trade Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon to get under that luxury tax number. And I just want to explain to our audience, the luxury tax is in no way prohibitive to anything the team does. It does not restrict you from a team building standpoint. Once you get into the second apron, the first apron, these aprons that were voted on and approved by guys like Josh Kroenke because they wanted team building to be harder when you are so deep into the luxury tax, that's when team building gets harder. And you know how it gets harder? It gets harder to make trades because the salary matching is a little bit harder, and you can't have access to your first-round pick all these years away. Well, the Nuggets don't have any first-round picks to trade anyway, and no one's making deals with them anyway because no one wants to bail the Nuggets out in the Nikola Jokic era. So you're paying 120 cents on the dollar on bad moves, and you've been doing it now for 3 to 4 years. So I think, as somebody who saw that series and was really disappointed, the most talented version of the Nuggets next year is basically this same exact team. And I'm not even going for the, they could cut $8 million to save Jonas Valanciunas as a backup and you don't need him, blah, blah, blah. That's BS, man. Why are they cutting $8 million here or $40K here on Jalen Pickett just so they can get under some imaginary number that only hurts their wallet book? I'm going to source this, Josh, right here. Kevin Demoff told the Denver Business Journal earlier this year, Kevin Demoff, the president of KSE, that all of their teams project for profitability based off of 500 season. So if they're way below, this is, we're going to be unprofitable. But if we're above 500 by a lot, we're going to be profitable. When's the last time the Nuggets were under 500?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's been a while.
Been about a decade. When's the last time the Avs were under 500? Bednar's first year.
Decade, yeah.
So you're telling me now, for almost 20 straight seasons of these teams playing at Ball Arena, they have blown past projections, and you're looking at cutting costs, $8 million here, $5 million here, $10 million here, and the prime of your greatest player in franchise history, and you have a president on record who's not only told the Denver Business Journal, hey, yeah, we actually just project for this number, and then when we go past this, we're just making hand over fist. They're out here building a concert venue right next to their concert venue, a few blocks from their concert venue, in the parking lot of Ball Arena. They're building housing over there, okay? They're doing all sorts of projects there. You know what that all costs? Money. It's money that could be on the court. It really could be. And you know what else costs a lot of money? Putting money into the Rapids. And you might be going, oh, why are you bringing up the Rapids, Jake? Because Demoff also told us this year the Kroenkes decided to pay a lot more attention to the Rapids because the Summit came to town and they realized they had competition. So they weren't giving anything to the Rapids for years, but the Summit come here and they go, oh.
Which Rapids fans would have told you that their entire existence.
Correct. So the best thing that could happen for the Denver Nuggets, hear me out, is that the Nuggets, or the city of Denver gets a WNBA franchise.
Wow.
Because it would be a competition to the Nuggets.
And they're trying. The city's trying.
It likely isn't going to happen based off the WNBA expansion and Rob Cohn being the money, and he's the guy who paid for the Summit. Point being here is KSE has told you everything that's happening, and they've put their foot in their mouth left and right about the financial situation and how they actually have money because they're spending billions around Ball Arena to do this project. Josh, they're redeveloping the entire river. They're digging out the river, changing the floodplain of the city of Denver.
I didn't know that.
Yes!
Wow.
And it was a 100-year project it was like on the list of 100-year projects for the Army Corps of Engineers, okay? They got that stuff done in like years because Kroenke wanted it done, and that took money. So all these things are going on. They got balls up in the air left and right on projects and teams and blah, blah, blah. And oh, yeah, Arsenal played in the Champions League final over the weekend. How much money do you think KSE made off that?
Quite a bit.
And we're talking about saving $40K on their backup point guard? Are you freaking kidding me,
barely
man?
sees the floor.
What are we doing?
I completely understand. I get it. And this is why we have so much frustration. And it leads us to what I want to do. And I think you want to pick a bone with me, which is interesting. I'm intrigued by this. What Bill Simmons said about the Denver Nuggets. Is Bill out of touch and just not knowing the Cronkies, or does he have some ground to stand on here? That's coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
What's up, gentlemen? Josh Dover here to talk to you about something that changed my life about, 2.5 years ago now, coming up on 3 this September. Just because you're getting older, it doesn't mean you have to feel like it. I'm getting older. I don't want to feel like it. Energy was low, sleep was off, weight won't budge, mind feeling foggy, and the worst thing, sex drive, not what it used to be. So you know what I did? I decided it was time to switch things up. And I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I took a low T quiz. You can do that. You can also just make a simple phone call and ask some questions today at 720-440-7900. Set up your first appointment. It's only going to take you about an hour, and it might not even cost you a penny. I got out of there without having to pay a penny and had my first pain-free booster shot that day. So you'll go in, you'll have a conversation with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, and in about 20-25 minutes, tell you what those results are. Then give you the option to take a test dose there in the office. If you do it and sign up for treatment like I did, the fee is waived. It's gone. It's over. And then in about 2 weeks, you start to feel less brain fog. You start to feel more energy because you're sleeping through the night. And about a month later, I started to feel that sex drive come to back. And here I am 2 years later, and I say it all the time, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, which is a great problem to have when it comes to our sex lives. So if you feel any of those symptoms and just think it's, well, I'm getting old. No, it's not. Do something about it today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Now at McDonald's, everyone can get more of what they want, when they want it, with McValue. You can choose your wake-up call. You can choose your study meal, or even your drive-through dinner.
Ah, the sun is rising, and our breakfast prices are falling. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and more for under $3 each. Limited time only. Price or participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Here and Shap sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. And Bill Simmons had something to say over the weekend. It started making its rounds yesterday on social media. And he is talking about the Denver Nuggets and the situation that they're in. And I think Bill kind of echoes a lot of how we feel. But again, Bill just not necessarily understanding who the Cronkies really are. Here's what Bill Simmons said on the Nuggets offseason situation.
I'll leave you with this. Why does Denver have to trade anybody to sign Payton Watson? If you have Jokic on your team, pay everybody. Denver fans, clip this out. Kroenke's got $1 kajillion. Just pay Payton Watson and keep everyone else on your team because your owner's super rich.
All right, he had a few more words that we can't play on the radio for that conversation. But all right, Bill Simmons saying, what are you doing? You're in a championship window, and you have one of the better players in the entire world, or certainly in the history of this franchise, and you want to cut corners and penny pinch to hurt what can come from this program. We all get it, Bill Simmons. We all understand that. That is the situation. It's all what we want. Jake just did a brilliant job of laying everything out where the Cronkies are. This just is not who he is. It's why we're so frustrated. Yes, he has $1 gazillion, and he's not going to put any of it forth to the Denver Nuggets because, Jake, this is my speculation, and knowing some of the folks down there that have worked there for, I don't know, there's a couple of them worked there for damn near 50 years inside the organization and with the groups. It's just the way that it is. He's not going. The one championship that has been delivered by the Cronkies for the Denver Nuggets, they think they have filled our cup for eternity. We don't feel that way. Grateful for the one. We talked about how great that night was for the both of us. But this to me is Bill Simmons, one, national guy just saying something at the end to get a little of attention, and two, just not being as plugged in with the local market and this specific owner as the rest of us are.
I completely disagree.
Really?
This is where I wanted to push back on
Okay.
you. Because you're operating in the expectations that Kroenke has set for us and trying to build your idea for what the Nuggets are going to be moving forward based on what they've set for us. You're not a GM. You don't work for them. Why do you have to exist within the world of what the expectation they set for us is? And what I mean by that is we don't need to accept Stan Kroenke not paying money to spend on this basketball team to make sure they're the best they can be. You as a fan actually have a tremendous amount of power and control in this situation. And what I would pose to all of the fans in Nuggets Nation, as I just said last segment, it's likely Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon is going to be traded if they want to duck the tax. And they're going to pitch it to you as, oh, we needed to reform and we want our new identity. There is no version of the Denver Nuggets that is better next year without Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. I've looked at it a million different ways. The only way is like if they somehow get Evan Mobley, and that's even a question. If I were you, I would say, I'm not buying tickets to the Denver Nuggets. I'm canceling my season tickets if they trade Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. I'm calling my season ticket rep and letting it be well known how I feel about this team and how they're treating this offseason while they continue to raise ticket prices. And at the exact same time, I'm calling the folks over at the TV network to let them know I'm canceling my subscription to that. I'm not listening to their radio station. I'm doing all those things because you, as a fan who spends a lot of money, a lot of your money, and I know this because my wife's a Giant fan. She goes to a lot of games, spends a lot of money over there. She told me last night, there's not a world in which I'm going to a Nuggets game or watching a Nuggets game next year if Jamal Murray's not on that team.
Wow.
And that's exactly how people in Denver should feel about the Nuggets moving forward. So, Josh, I get that you want to set people up and go, this is the best trade they could have made under the circumstances. The circumstances is just that the largest private landowner in the country wants to be cheap when it comes to your fandom.
That is the reality of it. And yeah, I did try to adjust what I'm doing based on what I know they're going to do. And what they're going to do is everything that you just laid out. So yeah, it is that. I don't have pushback on your take. My pushback is who they are and what the situation is.
Who they are, and this is breaking news, Josh.
You're seeing it right now?
They just traded for Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
The Rams just traded for Myles Garrett.
Adam Schefter has the tweet that the Rams are picking up Myles Garrett in exchange for Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, and other draft pick compensation. It's still being negotiated what all goes back to Cleveland.
And we can get on the football side of this, but just on the Kroenke side of it, because this has deep Nuggets and Avs ties. They're in the Champions League final. Josh is at a freaking parade over the weekend in London for the Premier League being won by Arsenal, which is pretty funny to win the Premier League, wait for Champions League, then throw your parade a day after you lose. Yeah. Hilarious. But I look at just what the totality of how much money Stanley Kroenke has and what Josh Kroenke can do and what Kevin Demoff is capable of in moving teams and getting arenas built. And they want to tell us they're doing everything they possibly can to support these teams off the field when there is no practice facility. Yeah, there's talk about one coming in the future, but there is no hard plan for it. I've looked at those plans. There's not a hard plan for it. And at the exact same time, they tell us they want to spend their money on the court. That's where they believe they should be spending their money. Prove it. You can prove it this offseason about spending your money on the court. And I understand that they don't want to throw money away at the taxes. I'm with you. I don't like spending money just to throw it away.
Agreed.
But Nikola Jokic is worth far more than $70 million. And if you want to just play this mental trick on your head of going, okay, well, we're paying $50 million in taxes for this team, $120 million for Nikola Jokic is well worth the price.
It is. And look, like I said, everything you said is well said. I understand that. Your frustration is warranted. Everybody should be that upset with the Kroenkes. I just think what we're doing here is kind of running in circles. We're asking that leopard to change his spots, right? We're asking Stan to do something that Stan has never done in his entire life, which is put the fans of his team before himself. He's never going to do that. You know that, Jake. He's never, ever going to do that. It's the cards that we have been dealt with the owners that have been brought to us.
He just traded for Myles Garrett. That's pretty putting the fans forward and spending a lot of money on your team, man.
On a team that we don't care about.
It's always the two teams we don't care about. It's Arsenal and Rams over and over again.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I disagree with the premise that he's not going to put his best foot forward just because he wants to be cheap. I understand that that's most likely what's going to happen. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, this isn't going to happen. I'm saying that we have the power here in Denver to absolutely rail against him just the same way Bill Simmons did and scream and kick and scream about what they're doing in the Nikola Jokic era. The second apron, which is the thing that they're saying is restricting them, would not exist if it was not for guys like Josh and Stan Kroenke.
And I would also say this with just their organization. There's Enos, there's Stan, and then everybody, Enos, and then Josh, and then everybody else works.
Enos, Stan, and I like that.
They all work for PR. They're all part of the public relation. Kevin Demoff he's just a mouthpiece for what his boss is telling him to do to try to make him look as best as he can in the city where he's hurting the fans.
Yeah, man, I don't know. In some regards, he was he's not the guy who moved the Rams to L.A., but he wasn't not the guy who moved the Rams to L.A. So
you're right.
You're right in the sense that this is the guy that's taking it on the face. It's the PR guy. But he has a lot of power. A lot of these guys have a lot of power over there. I'm not going to diminish that. But ultimately, it's whatever Uncle Stan wants, Uncle Stan gets. And you think I'm joking about calling him Uncle Stan, but every single person I know in KSE calls him Uncle Stan.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they feel about him.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's nobody's, even if there's a disagreement amongst how you arrive to the destination, nobody has a voice big enough to say that to Stan.
No, and they all like their money. It's the same reason why me and Eric Johnson got into it on Twitter the other day, and I respect Eric Johnson so much. I really appreciated him as a hockey player.
If somebody gave me millions of dollars, I'd go to bat for them all day.
And that's
all day.
Right. Eric Johnson made $100 million from Stan Kroenke. Of course he's going to bat for them. Don't get me wrong. I'm sitting here advocating for guys like Eric Johnson, for Jamal Murray. I'm going, they should have access to better facilities. They should have access to better coaching. They should have access to all of the things that comes with working in a multi-billion-dollar organization that is a worldwide leader, as they like to say, and they don't seem to have access to. But I understand why those guys would support Kroenke after. I mean, Josh, if you gave me $100 million, I'm going to love you for the rest of my life.
No doubt.
Right.
You can't talk bad about that guy around me because I'll swing on you. Right? Like that. Give me that money, and I got your back for life. But he didn't do that to everybody. All right, Jake, I want to keep this going with this big NFL trade. Myles Garrett is on his way to the Los Angeles Rams. Jared Verse is on his way to Cleveland. Tough break for old Jared Verse. We'll talk about that. Plus, that's not the only football announcement being made today. Former Bronco Russell Wilson has also made a decision as to what he'll do next season, and we'll tell you what it is coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha. Big social brouhaha. This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. There was quite a brouhaha. Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. You know, if you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ent is becoming Wings. It's a big change. But we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine. But we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
What's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Haven't gained the weight back. Why? Because with soda, I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it's so fantastic to do weight loss the right way. There's no mystery pills. I'm not giving myself a shot, and there's no mystery chemicals that I'm putting into my body. This is knowing real food will bring you real results. And speaking of real, soda got me a real nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist that would work with me one-on-one via text when I had questions, concerned, and just sometimes straight up needed encouragement. Your weight loss journey, you've got a friend, you've got help, and that is Soda. They can be there for you just like they were there for me. I look and feel 10 years younger. I got my confidence back, and right now you can join Soda, and your partner joins for free. That's 2 people. Real accountability for the price of 1. Soda changed my life, and I thank them so much. SodaDietNutrition.com. Call them up 866-800-SODA, because soda is state-of-the-art.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise With Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
Rev up Father's Day with gearhead gifts from SummitRacing.com. Or give a Summit Racing gift card. Plus, enroll in the rewards program to get more power in every purchase.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Some major things happening in the NFL right now. Giant trade has gone down. Adam Schefter had the report. Bombshell, he says, with his little siren emojis. Again, if you're just joining us, the Browns are finalizing a trade that's going to send 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, to Los Angeles. He's going to be a Ram. In exchange for Garrett, the Rams are expected to send Pro Bowl edge rusher Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, and other draft pick compensation still being negotiated by the Browns. So they said forever Myles isn't going to go anywhere. Myles said he's not going to go anywhere after he started to get paid $40 million a year. But now here they are making a trade on June 1st. How about this? The first big name to move is Myles Garrett and not A.J. Brown. I mean, the Rams were already one of the, 6-7 teams that could win a Super Bowl. Now here they are.
They're up to plus 550.
Damn.
They're the Super Bowl favorite as of now.
As they should be with what the offense is. I call their head coach Hank Scorpio. I don't know how into The Simpsons you are, but he reminds me of Hank Scorpio from The Simpsons. So they have the coach. They have the quarterback. They have the weapons to help the quarterback, and now their defense just got that much better with the best pass rusher in the entire NFL.
Yeah, you're in agreement with me because you just said they should be the Super Bowl favorite, but I thought they were the best team in football last year.
Me
Obviously, it didn't end well for them. So they're in a win-now window. They're trading for Myles Garrett. They're using a young player in Jared Verse to do so, who's cost-controlled for the next couple years, and a first-round pick to facilitate the trade. Why did they just draft a quarterback, Josh?
And Matthew Stafford said over the weekend, no, I get it. I'm fine with it. But that's what he has to say in everybody's face.
Because right now, if they're trying to build for a second window, with Sean McVay and a new quarterback and Ty Simpson, you would keep a player like Jared Verse. You would keep that first-round pick for next year. And I know they've been the team, forget them picks, right? Another word that they've been using, but forget them picks. I don't understand the philosophy between drafting Ty Simpson and trading for Myles Garrett in the same offseason. Those two things don't parse. Aside from that.
And real quick, the report from Schefter is that the Rams were just calling over. And it was like, we said no. And they kept calling and adding layers to it. So they knew they wanted this while picking Ty.
And Jared Verse is a really good player.
Yeah.
I know he only had 7.5 sacks last year, which is less than Von Miller, which, again, Sean Payton, there you go. But Myles Garrett obviously is a legend, and with the receiving core they have, and I don't know how long Puka Nakua's got of taking hits like that. Obviously, his brain hasn't been functioning at the same level, clearly, as it did when he came into the league. And Devontae Adams has probably got 1-2 more years of doing this. And Matt Stafford, how long does he have? I mean, he was an MVP caliber player, literally won the MVP last year. This is a very smart move for the Los Angeles Rams, and this is just another game that got a little bit tougher on the Broncos' schedule, by the way, Josh Dover.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the first 6, right? That's one of the first 6 weeks is Los Angeles.
And what did I tell you on Friday?
I believe it's a primetime game. Yep, Sunday Night
Football, week 3. And what did I tell you on Friday?
About that 6 games?
1-5.
yeah. Well, I'm now worried about
Put
Bo
me on
Nix. Worried about Bo Nix that week a little more than I was before. So the Rams make a major deal. They were the Super Bowl favorite. We're both in agreement on that. This just gives them a little bit more of that cushion. And now Myles Garrett gets to play football for a real organization in a real-life city.
If you're Aaron Donald, do you come back?
Oh, damn. Just one more run?
Just one.
I mean, how do you stop? Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett on the same defensive line. We need more check down passes from Bo Nix if that's the case. Well, sorry, Kevin.
Verse was his boy, too. Like, Verse was like his guy that he taught. So I do wonder about that. But, I mean, in reality, they get one of the best defensive players in football. I think Myles Garrett was in the Defense Player of the Year finalist last year.
I don't remember.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was a favorite for most of the year. And you look at that team and how bad they were, and yet he was performing at that level. I always wonder when you get a guy like that, like a Myles Garrett, it's not like he's ever in a pass rush situation in the second half of a game because all the team has to do is run.
Yeah.
Like, how inflated could his numbers be when Matt Stafford is got him up by, multiple touchdowns in a game and he just has to pin his ears back?
I mean, this dude's gonna get north of 25, 26 sacks.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, dude. 2 sacks a game? Like, what are we talking here?
Josh, are we really scared of this guy? Last time he played the Broncos, he had one tackle for a loss.
1 TFL?
Yeah.
That's it, huh?
4 normal tackles. He didn't have a sack or nothing.
What year was that?
Just 2 years ago.
Okay, so offensive line is still the offensive line.
That Jameis Winston game against the Broncos on Monday night.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
yeah.
Myles Garrett did nothing to Bo Nix and the Broncos. I'm not scared about him.
Jerry Jeudy was the problem that night, ironically enough.
Who would have thought that?
Yeah.
Gross,
I just said his name on this show. I apologize to everybody for that.
You know why the Rams made this trade?
Why?
Mr. Uncle Stan, Mr. Uncle Enos.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day 2027. Do you know what's going on?
SoFi has the Super Bowl.
Rams want to play Super Bowl at home.
Look, as much as we just spent, and you spent 20 minutes roasting Stan, and it was great stuff, this is what's so frustrating. Like, wait a minute.
He won DPOY, by the way. I just looked it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing this for that team, but you won't do it for this team? Nikola Jokic is a Matthew Stafford type of the NBA, right? Why wouldn't you give him a chance to continue to thrive in his window? These are the moves that makes it so frustrating to be a Denver fan with the Cronkies.
All in, trading a first-round pick, one of your young star players, for a guy who's won 2 out of the last 3 defensive players of the year and is just an elite edge.
How much micromanagement do they do with the Nuggets versus they do 0 with the Avalanche? Is it the same thing with Los Angeles? I don't know anybody over in Los Angeles.
I don't know quite as well how into it they are, but I will tell you that when the Nuggets are bad, they're not very much involved. When the Nuggets get good, Josh Kroenke seems to get more and more involved. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, because I would tell you that a year and a half ago, Josh Kroenke needed to be more involved with the Michael Malone and Calvin Booth thing.
Agreed. He said that as much as well.
Yeah, and I have a hard time believing a year and a half later that he's involved enough, honestly, because of all of these other obligations he has as the culture master of all of the sports going on inside the tree. And it's hard for me to believe that the focus is on what do we do this offseason with Payton Watson. And I know they've got different people who work for different organizations, and their whole job is to focus on those specific organizations. But it's hard for me to believe that when the money talks and the money's focused on, oh, we were in London this week, we're trading for Myles Garrett this week, we're doing all of this, that they're truly focused and committed to doing all the things for Nikola Jokic. And I do wonder what was the conversation with Nikola Jokic over the weekend with Josh Kroenke as he was in the owner's booth at that Arsenal match. What does that future look like moving forward? Because a month from today, Josh, Nikola Jokic will be eligible for a $250 million extension a month from today.
You can start negotiating that stuff in 30 days from right now.
A month from today.
Yeah. That's
And Jokic will be back on the floor playing basketball for Team Serbia for all those people who don't think he cares about basketball.
Mm-hmm.
James Merlat.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we got to get into this Russell Wilson thing. Where he will be next season is interesting. And maybe some of you won't be there if he's there. We're going to do that when we check our X. Want to remind everybody about our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp. It is happening on June 27th at All City Stadium. That's at Denver South High School. If you've got kids that love the game and they're aged between 8 and 14, come get some hands-on coaching from former Broncos, Mark Schler, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. They do great work with kids in this state. So get signed up and get more information. You want to do this sooner rather than later so that, little Jimmy or little Susie doesn't miss their spot. DenverSports.com/camp to get signed up. DenverSports.com/camp. All right, let's check our X, and we'll start with the latest on Russell Wilson coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with 1 dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me as their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger than any rails that you can buy from a normal lumber yard.
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, coloradosedation.com.
It's no secret that the checkout line feels a lot heavier. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. With American Financing's Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high-interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. Guys, talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant today. Experts who are paid to help you save, not sell you more than you need. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
How about 60 seconds that'll make you actually feel good for a change? Hey, Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. You've heard me talk about the best free meal in Denver. And I had some listeners that had heard me talk about how I used to love to make brisket, but with outrageous beef prices, we just couldn't afford to do it anymore. We can't afford to feed that many people. Well, a guy, Barbecue Bob, showed up to one of our first and third Thursdays with a couple $1,000s of brisket so he could just help people. We're going to make free brisket here coming up in the next couple months for our best free meal in Denver. And then another guy, Fred, who runs the Ace Hardwares over on Gartrell Road and Arapahoe Crossing. He said, from now on, all your fuel you need for that barbecue is on me. And another guy, Bobby Hancock from IHOP. He fed our volunteers and gave thousands of dollars worth of gift certificates to our people that take advantage of the best free meal in Denver. If you want to help, you can. Just spread the word. It's the best free meal in Denver every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. And if you have any questions, just call us at 303-LAW-4040.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 104.3 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter,
unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, are you on it, Team Gets It? We want you to follow along. Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil. He's at Shapalicious. I'm at Joshua Dover. Kevin Kistner Radio. Alex Boteo. Did I say it right this time? What's your Twitter handle? Tell the people where they can find you. I'm going to memorize it soon, but
You're good.
I don't have it memorized yet.
I'm on Twitter, 5280 Nugget Man.
5280. I should remember that. That's not that hard for me to remember as a giant Nuggets fan. So follow along. Hit up the boys. Hit up the crew. Let us know you're part of the tribe so we can respond accordingly. Honestly, I think one of my new Twitter worlds might be like, you got to use the hashtag tribe or I'm not going to check it out. I just, you got to be in the crew, to get the Twitter time because that place is a world of suck. All right, Jake, what's on your Twitter timeline that you want to share? We got to talk about the big story that's been coming today. It's Russell Wilson. He is finalizing a deal to become a CBS sports analyst. Adam Schefter had this tweet as well. Wilson won the Super Bowl. Walter Payton Man of the Year. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. He is now going to be an analyst on the network's pregame show that includes James Brown, Nate Burleson, and Bill Cowher. So what this tells me, I don't do a lot of this already, but I'm out on CBS pregame analysis. I will no longer be watching that with, I like to call him Captain Cornball, Russell Wilson on the booth. I am out now.
You're telling me that the guy's famous for saying nothing but catchphrases is now doing TV? Like,
yeah.
Like, and I'm going to watch? Come on, man. I'm not interested in this. I'm happy for Russ that he found a job that's going to make him happy after playing in the NFL. Also, he hasn't retired yet, right? This isn't a retirement announcement. This is I'm going to do this. Does anyone need a quarterback? Week 6.
Yeah.
I'm ready for you.
Who got hurt?
But he replaces Matt Ryan, who goes into the Falcons front office.
Oh, that's right.
That's why this job was open.
So, yeah, Russell Wilson will be on your television on CBS. This is something else I just don't get about Russell Wilson. If my wife was his wife, and, if my wife is going to be Kelsey, if she had the job that she has and I don't have to do anything, why does he need to? This is just a self-fulfilling ego thing. He has to be involved in some way to check his own ego box. Just go be Sierra's husband and go away.
Maybe she wants him out of the house.
Oh, I guess if he annoys us like that, how does he annoy her?
Exactly. I didn't want to say it like that, but now that you said it.
That's a good point. Good point, Shap.
Put those cookies down.
I love that one. Sometimes we have guys send us in Arnold Schwarzenegger doing different songs, and that was Snow Informer right there. Last one, Jake, for me before I want to know what's on your timeline. Our buddy Thomas Harding tweeted this out, has a story up at MLB.com about Ethan Holiday. Underwent surgery for a left foot stress fracture, and he is now going to miss the remainder of the season. We're all in hurry up and wait mode with Ethan Holiday as is, and now here we are now going to wait another year.
I just wrote on DenverSports last week that he was off to such a good start that he's actually climbing up prospect rankings, and his start in Fresno this year, he only got a cup of coffee there after getting drafted this year, or last year, late in the season. It was fine, but this year the power really looked to be there early on in Fresno, and I got to be honest with you, Josh, there's nothing that can now happen in the Rockies season for it to be a success. The Rockies season is now a failure because the entire franchise is tied to what Ethan Holiday does, and Ethan Holiday now will be pushed back for a year, essentially.
You don't have high hopes on Charlie?
Condon?
Yeah.
He's fine. It's just their entire franchise is tied to Ethan Holiday and them getting pitching. Charlie Condon could come up and be a good player. The problem is they need multiple really good offensive players as well as pitching, and I think that arrival will really be earmarked by Ethan Holiday's arrival, whenever that might be, which now is going to be later than we had hoped.
It was a big bummer. I like I said, just scrolling and seeing it there of like, oh, well, that's absolutely brutal and terrible news for the Colorado Rockies. Now we just hurry up and wait all that much longer.
My plan is to beat Nuggets forever.
All right, Jake, what's on your Twitter timeline?
Saw this over the weekend in one of my favorite nicknames for any team in sports, which is the Australian men's soccer team, the Socceroos.
All right, I like that.
They
just call themselves the Socceroos.
The Socceroos. They have called up Rapids defender Lucas Harrington to the World Cup squad, so the Rapids will be represented in the World Cup. Former Rapid Austin Trusty is on the U.S. men's national team. Really good guy. I liked Austin a lot when I covered the Rapids. And Moise Bembito is on the Canadian national team roster, so if you're looking for some local ties, those are a couple guys to root for.
I'm never a big soccer guy, although Drew Moore's my boy. Indiana ties over there. I just have never been. Have you played in it? Did we play together in the Rapids media thing?
Did we? Dude, I was the MVP.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I've never played soccer in my life. I was the MVP. That's how easy that sport is to play.
I missed a goal. Literally missed a kick that would have been like a game-winning goal, and I just whiffed on the kick. One of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to me. I forgot you were the MVP.
Yeah, I was the one who stopped that.
Yeah.
I was in goal. I had just gotten over COVID.
I forgot you were the MVP, yeah.
I had just gotten over COVID, so I couldn't run out in the outfield, which is what I should be doing. So they put the smallest guy in net, which normally doesn't work out. They didn't know I'm scrappy like that, and I saved 3 penalty kicks in the shootout.
That's right. That's exactly right. And now I hate you for it because you're the one that embarrassed me.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I guess that all worked out.
These machines can only make so much Mountain Dew.
Oh, that's for you, Kevin. Jake, what else is on your timeline?
You know, I'm seeing some Ross Colton trade rumors, which is kind of interesting to me that we're seeing that. But mostly, I'm seeing a lot of Avs fans wondering, when is the decision going to come down with Jared Bednar? Over and over again over the weekend, I'm like, you know what? We're at Monday now. Still no press conference. We had this play out a little bit with the Nuggets waiting on David Adelman, but at least we had national reporters kind of leaking out, hey, the Nuggets are leaning towards keeping David. Oh, we think they're going to keep David. Oh, then they kept David.
Mm-hmm.
It's been dead silent on Jared, and the one thing I was thinking, Josh, was, well, is there some negotiation going on behind the scenes of Carl from DU, but Carl was negotiating with other NHL teams, so they had to kind of operate quietly.
Well, and then Carl says no to, was it Toronto?
Toronto over the weekend.
Yeah.
And Toronto was prepared to make him a very rich man, one of the biggest franchises in pro sports, not just the NHL.
Exactly.
So I don't know that he's coming to Colorado if he's saying no to Toronto.
Or he's holding out for Colorado.
Correct. And the fact this hasn't been announced, I thought quickly after we got the no on Toronto last night, we'd get something about how Bednar is going to stay, but I'm just wondering if we're sitting at this point because there is something going on. I'm fine with getting rid of Jared Bednar. I'm fine with keeping him. To me, it's not a make or break thing. But if you're getting rid of Jared Bednar, you need to have a good person in place moving forward. And I've been the biggest banger of the drum for Carl as a big DU Pios fan myself.
Dude, you gave me the pushback on that tweet that day saying Carl should be at the top of the list. I look at it as this. All right, if I'm David Carl and I have all the success that I've had in college hockey, and there was a report tied with that Toronto declining of the interview of like, no, he just loves college hockey this much. Okay, you might be able to convince me of that for a little while. But then when these NHL teams come knocking on your door and you see what the difference of pay is, you have to accept that this is the next step that you take. He's got 3 kids, too, 3 young kids.
Can't forget DU's a private school, though.
Okay, true. There's some money there, too, right? How much of it is like, yeah, I do want to test it, but I just don't want to uproot my whole family. And if you're David Carl, here are your options. 1, you could take an NHL job right now and uproot and start all over. Or 2, you can go, and again, I'm sure he's close with Bedsy and never going to root against somebody he's close with. You can go, let me sit back, go defend my championship with the Pioneers again, and see what happens with the Colorado Avalanche when they leave Bednar there as a lame duck. And if he doesn't win the cup, they're not going to renew him, so they wouldn't be a fire. It'd just be contract is up, and then David gets to slide in as soon as next year.
This is all according to reports, of course, but last year he reportedly said no to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah.
Again, a huge franchise, young star player Connor Bedard. This year he's saying no to the Toronto Maple Leafs, who have one of the best players in the league in Austin Matthews and the number 1 pick in the draft.
Shout out Forehead Gang, me and him.
Hey, man, at least he's still got a hairline. You know,
his is rough. Right?
He's struggling.
Yeah.
But you're saying no to some pretty big-time jobs, and I understand that you might be waiting for the right opportunity, but you have all of this momentum right now with being a multi-time national champion. You're no longer the World Juniors coach, the under-21 tournament. That's one of the biggest tournaments in professional, or not professional hockey, but in the hockey world. And Carl led the United States team twice and won gold. Like, he has all this positive momentum right now. I don't know that there is ever a better time in his life in terms of like the momentum of what he can get than right now. Obviously, I don't know him personally that well to make that assessment, but maybe there is a situation where, and I know you want Jared Bednar to wait out this contract year and whatever, but I think if we get the announcement Bednar's back, within a couple months, we're going to find out he was extended, and maybe it's Carl after that extension is the coach of the Colorado Avalanche, the late era of Nathan MacKinnon, but I don't know if I want in on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the end of Nathan MacKinnon? Isn't his body going to break down at some point? His superpower is speed. That's going to go away.
Look at Sid lately. Look at Ovi lately. It's just not the same for those guys.
It's an interesting conversation, and yeah, maybe this week, maybe we hear something about the Avalanche and what their plan is moving forward. All right, hour 2 done. Let's go into quarter number 3, going back to the biggest story of the weekend. It's the Spurs saving the NBA world. Let's talk about where the Nuggets stack up. Now, if it's all about Wemby and San Antonio, then we'll have a conversation about best and worst from this Broncos offseason. That's coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Buying or selling a home? Let a Weichert agent guide you every step of the way to get the best price on your timeline with the least amount of stress for your peace of mind. Now that's smart real estate. Weichert, the bright choice. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
The biggest country party of the summer is happening Saturday, June 20th at Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. Violin Cavalry. Knowing that you're never coming back. Shane Smith and the Saints. All I ever see is you. Plus Kevin Powers and Lacey K. Booth under the Colorado sky.
Who taught you how to move on? Who showed you how to make it look so damn easy?
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me as their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger than any rails that you can buy from a normal lumber yard.
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For the drive to take you home. They're live, they're local from 2 to 6, and then we got some Denver sports action for you from 6 to 7 most nights. So that gives you the Fan, Denver's best sports station, live talking about the stories you're talking about from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day. And Jake Shapiro is sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, who's still on assignment. Jake, the big story of the weekend for me, outside of hanging with you and going to Morgan Wallen, was the Spurs saving us. I did send out one tweet over the weekend, and it's just as simple as there is a basketball god, and he's a glorious god. The Spurs saved us from back-to-back Thunder championships. I think the Knicks would have probably give them a pretty healthy run. But more importantly, the Spurs have arrived how does the NBA culture world, Adam Silver and his referees, adjust to now what the Spurs are and what the Thunder were. It was just outstanding basketball. For those of us watching San Antonio, they came out and punched first, something I begged the Nuggets to do in their postseason appearances and never did. They punched first. They never let up. They showed how much they care. And then an emotional Victor Wembanyama after the game, it's like, that's why we all fall in love with sports. That exact moment. Not even the biggest Spurs fan. I was just a Thunder hater. But watching somebody care the way that Victor cared and be grateful for the guys that helped him achieve his ultimate goal of going to an NBA final, that was the coolest moment for me.
Yeah, anytime it felt like it got down to 2, 3, 4, here comes an 8-0 run for the Spurs.
Dude, he hit a 3 with, might have been Chet, who did nothing. But, like, no hesitation. He just knew they needed a bucket to slow down OKC, and he walks down to the spot he wants, takes the shot he wants, and made it at 7'4", a 30-something foot shot with a dude in his face.
And they even did some of that young team, young players stuff. Turnover late in the game that didn't have to happen because they're trying to force Wemby the ball. You know, some dribbling miscues late in the game.
That's that pass they couldn't get over the top.
Yeah, and they did all that, but that just goes to show you how much better they were than the Thunder in that series. And I'd been saying for months on Shapiro and Piro, which you can catch every day on Denver Sports at 3 o'clock on YouTube, that the Spurs were the best team in the league. And I felt like that since basically I'd seen Jokic and Wemby go at it that game towards the end of the regular season. I think it was late March on a Saturday. It was one of the best games of basketball I've seen in the regular season. That Spurs team with Harper and Castle particularly are so impressive, and a lot will be made of Wembanyama, as it should be, because he is fantastic. But what they're doing with the youth of not just Wembanyama, but Harper, who is a rookie, Castle, who's a second-year player, this is not normal in the NBA, and maybe in this new NBA where aprons and luxury taxes make it so that there is so much more value on a young player's contract, kind of like a young quarterback in the NFL. This will happen a little bit more frequently, but they're getting something from everybody. Luke Cornett makes the biggest play of the postseason on that chase down block.
Yeah, that was sweet.
And this is what I'm talking about, Josh. This is the entire team. Everyone on their team was bought in and making plays that hustling back on defense and transition. Nothing was easy for the Thunder all series. They made Shea work, and he was fantastic through 3.5 quarters of that game, and then he just didn't have enough to get over the finish line, and part of that is because his second-best player wasn't available for most of this season, most of this series, and that is Jalen Williams, and they really missed him, and they missed Mitchell as well. So this Thunder team, ultimately, it was a shell of themselves at the end, and the Spurs had about 6 to 7 guys you could trust on the floor at all times, and the Thunder had maybe 3 or 4. And it's a familiar feeling as a Nuggets fan knowing what the Thunder were doing, which was reigning champion, and it just kind of all falls apart on you. And this is what happens when you play 190, 200 basketball games over the course of 2 years. It just starts to take its toll on you, and I think Game 1 really took a toll on Jalen Williams, and he was never able to recover, and that kind of cost them.
You know, when you were talking about Shea and the situation, and by the way, J-Dub said after the game, how many teams make it to where we did dealing with the injuries that we're dealing with? I'm like, all right, I can understand that, but it's the circumstances that a lot of teams have to accept at this time of the year. There was actually a moment in Game 7, and it did come before the fourth quarter. In fact, if I'm remembering right, it's like early in the third where they're smothering Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They have the horses to do it, and they have the different bodies to throw at him. And then there's, again, the 7'4" alien as your help behind the play. But there were a moment throughout the game, and then it kind of got to me in the third quarter of like, man, if Shea just stopped with this nonsense, if he just stopped falling down. I saw the number today. It was 40-something times I think he fell down in a 7-game series. He is a great basketball player. And the only thing he's going to be remembered for is foul baiting and flopping all around. When he just elevates over somebody and accepts, mid-range has died in the NBA. Mid-range has died in basketball.
Except for him.
And he's so good at it. He gets to that spot, just like I said with Wemby on that 3. You know where Shea wants to go. He's going to get to those elbows, and he's going to elevate, and he's going to make a jump shot at a 50+% clip. Why doesn't he just live in that and dominate in that fashion?
I think that changed midway through this series where he went from being the flopping guy, he changed his style of play. And he went to trying to foul bait less and just trying to play. And I ultimately think that cost him, is that he wasn't doing this type of stuff that won him MVP. And you know what happened in the middle of this series that went completely underreported? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had his lawyers draw up a lawsuit against Underdog Sports because his name, image, and likeness was used for a game of Operation being played by Dylan Brooks, who showed up courtside to troll him about foul baiting. And I think that's the first time we have any sort of inclination that he has actually had his skin rattled by what is being talked about in the media and the way he is perceived. So I think the culmination of champion with their target on their back. This team is not liked for the first time. And Josh, me and you don't care if we're not liked. We're unique that way. Most people do care if they're not liked. And I think it's hard to get comfortable with being unliked.
Yes,
I certainly, I think that took me a while to get comfortable with. Your first year of being unliked. You have to deal with that. Oh, by the way, your second best player is out. And your third best ball creator is out in Mitchell. And you've got the Green Goblin over there for what is your power forward and Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama. They just had so many things going against them that I'm not surprised at the result, but I am fascinated to see what they do moving forward because they themselves now are up against the second apron way deep into it. They're projected to be the most expensive basketball team of all time next year.
Yep.
Do they panic? Do they run it back? If I were them, I would run it back because I'd go, we just took that team to 7. We were the reigning champs. We were without 2 of our best players. Chet Holmgren gets better over the summer. We just won a championship with this team. Why not? And I think that was the Nuggets' mistake is they got rid of KCP and they said, we're going to try and go to these young guys. So I, as a Nuggets fan, very much hope they break it up, panic, and try to trade for Giannis. If I was a Thunder fan, I'd say just give it another year. Let's run it back against this Spurs team and try to be better. But I think there's reason to believe that after they lost 8 different times to the Spurs this year, that they need to do something a little bit different. And I think this sets up great for the Nuggets moving forward if the Thunder do indeed panic, if the Spurs win the championship. This is the most amount of basketball that can be played with the most amount of emotion involved for the 2 teams that are clearly ahead of you, and everyone else you're still on the same page as.
I think there's a couple things. One with the SGA thing, like I think as you get a little bit older and there's more hate that comes your way, and we're clearly not dealing with it at the level that he deals with it, and he kind of made his own bed. And others would argue that you and I did the same. You just understand, like, one, most of the time those people's lives are in shambles that are coming at you with that hate, and they don't know how to reel their own life in, so they project it onto you. That's the biggest thing that's helped me. And I still struggle with that from time to time of not just going at somebody. But the other part of this is like a winner by default kind of thing for the Denver Nuggets, and you're kind of laying it out there. Went over the stat earlier. Our buddy Andy Bailey had it on his Twitter account. That Nikola's 5-2 in his 7 games against Victor Wembanyama, the Nuggets versus the Spurs. Nikola scores 37 points, grabs 11 rebounds, dishes out 9 assists, has a block and a half, a steal, and shoots at 62.1%, a true shooting percentage. He can, as the T1000 of basketball, break down what I can and cannot do against Victor in real time and have some success on that. The second the game ended and I saw the first, are they going to have to go get Giannis? I did see a report of them being interested in Evan Mobley. You and I really love that name for the Nuggets, so I hate that idea. But that was my biggest takeaway. Man, this might turn into the Denver Nuggets becoming relevant again because the rest of the world now has to build to operate versus Wemby, when the Denver Nuggets have somebody that is built to work and operate against Wemby in Nikola Jokic. Does he still have to be better and figure some things out, and supporting cast would have to help? 100%. But the Denver Nuggets might be, just by default of who the roster or who's on the roster led by Nikola Jokic, they might be in a good position to at least compete, contend, and push the Spurs just as far as anybody in this league can.
Yeah, and that's how I feel about it as well. And I was talking to an NBA voice about this, someone who works in the league, a scout, towards the end of the regular season. And they basically made the case that it's not the Spurs defense that concerned him so much. It was their it wasn't their offense that concerned him so much. It was their defense.
My next point was going to be like, how we saw Jaden McDaniels slow down all the perimeter players. They have those same dudes in San Antonio as well.
Correct. And his point was nobody has players that can successfully drag Wembanyama out of position, except for the Nuggets, because of their high-low game with Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon, because Wemby's got to worry about guarding Jokic at the exact same time while trying to guard the rim threat that is Aaron Gordon. And it's not like the Spurs. The Spurs have a very good backup center in Luke Cornett and some guys like Plumlee and Biyombo, but moving forward, Carter Bryant might turn into that guy, and that's somebody that concerns me definitely moving forward to the future when thinking about the Nuggets and Spurs. But I look at it more of thinking nobody has that big man combination of elite scoring and rim pressure that the Nuggets do across the league. And I'm fascinated to see how Karl Anthony Towns and Victor Wembanyama match up, because the thing that's made the Knicks so successful here in the playoffs, which is why they're on this winning streak, is they've taken Cat out of the paint and made him more of a perimeter threat and a facilitator out on the perimeter. Will this be a diagram the Nuggets can use, as Jokic is a fairly similar level of shooter as Cat and obviously a better playmaker? Can that be a recipe to get Wemby out of the paint and be successful? And there's only about 3 or 4 teams in the league that can do that, because there's only 3 or 4 bigs in the world that can shoot like Cat or Joker.
Right.
So is that something that also works to the Nuggets' favor? So I always look at things through the Nuggets lens, obviously, here in Denver. But I'm really excited for this series to start, all the different machinations. This is going to be a very good finals. I think the Spurs are by far the better team, but the Knicks have far more experience, and the Knicks come in playing much better basketball, and they're much fresher. So I could see this series going 6, when if you told me give both teams 10 days off, they're starting from fresh in a vacuum, I'd tell you Spurs are going to sweep them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I can't wait for the series to start on Wednesday. It will start in San Antonio. I look at it the same way. I know Mitchell Robinson elected to have the surgery early so he could be made available, and they're still working out some of his stuff. How do you stop Victor Wembanyama if you're this team? I know, the defensive, the guard matchups are going to be so much fun to watch for these two teams. Your small forwards and your guards are going to be outstanding to watch, and then it's just Wemby. He is that. You can almost use him in the same defensive mode that you used him against Oklahoma City, where he doesn't have to go chase anybody because they don't have that. I guess Cat a little bit, as you were explaining, but you can have him be that, all right, Jalen Brunson, I'm going to be there as that last line of defense. But then I would also say Jalen Brunson is a better playmaker and facilitator than SGA is.
Yeah. And you look at the starting 5 for both of these teams, you can make a case that the Knicks starting 5 is actually better than the Spurs starting 5. You could make that case about the Knicks starting 5 versus the Thunder starting 5, especially the version of the Thunder we saw.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about the Knicks, is like, that's why Thibodeau was playing these guys 48 minutes a game basically last year. And it's one of the things about Brown that's been fascinating in diversifying their play styles and who's playing. Well, when Landry Shamet, who I thought died on Christmas Day in 2022 because of Aaron Gordon, when he's out there going 13 of 15 from 3, you can play anyone in the world going 13 of 15 from 3. So I wonder if the Knicks shooting is going to stay up at this level, because it's literally the best postseason performance shooting-wise since the Showtime Lakers. But when you have Steph Castle to slow down Jalen Brunson, and I personally look at Steph Castle as one of the best defensive players in the league, even in his second year, that is a daunting task. So it's going to be a lot of Bridges for the Knicks. It's going to be a lot of these secondary guys. The thing is, the secondary guys for the Spurs is De'Aaron Fox, who's a multiple-time All-Star. Whereas the secondary guys for the Knicks, they've got rugged wings, man. I love Anunoby. I love Bridges. I wouldn't ascribe either of them as like these dominating on-ball scorers. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the Knicks get their points, whereas the Spurs, I think they're just going to keep coming and coming and coming. The only thing that might slow them down, especially with Game 1, is they're going to be really, really tired and banged up after that war they just faced, whereas New York's played literally the minimum amount of playoff games over the last 2 rounds.
Yeah. You look at guys like OG Anunoby, like Champagny, Vassell, are they going to... Can they give him the physicality that he brings offensively? He's a much bigger body than you think he is, so you can't just, you know what I mean? Like, you have to have physical to stop his drives. Then if you're stopping his drives, you have to have the athleticism to get up in his face when he's trying to take those step-back threes that he can now make.
Champagny's awesome. I really like him. Devin Vassell is awesome. These guys are so good and so deep, and that's the thing is, Mitch Johnson, who's a first-year coach, has different options on his bench. They can play differently. I don't know how many different ways the Knicks can play, and over the course of a series, when things are being thrown at you, there's so many different things you have to do.
What about Carter Bryant? That's another guy.
That's the guy, and that's the guy for me. The thing for me, and you mentioned him, Mitch Robinson, I talked about Cat dragging Wemby out. The only other way I see to beat Wemby, and everyone's, Wemby's taking over the league. Not yet. He's getting there. There's ways to beat Wemby, and for me, it's dragging him out of the paint onto the perimeter. Chet couldn't do it because Chet got scared to shoot because Chet's a fraidy cat.
Yeah.
Right?
Chet got exposed, dude.
Chet got exposed. The other way for me is rim pressure, like I was talking about with Aaron Gordon. Carter Bryant is a very good finisher. That's one of those guys who can do it. On the other side, OG Anunoby, very good finisher. But Mitch Robinson, as a offensive rebounding threat, he is quite literally the best offensive rebounder in the league, if not the second behind Steven Adams. Him having to keep Victor Wembanyama planted towards the paint because he has to box out and he won't be able to contest all these little Jalen Brunson 8 to 15 footers, that is going to have a major impact on this series. So I think the combination of Robinson planted on the block plus Cat at the three-point line might present some really interesting things that wear down Wembanyama, who, by the way, didn't play 40 minutes in any games this season, basically, except for that one Nuggets game, and has been playing 40 minutes every single other day now for 2, 3, 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So I am curious about Wemby's stamina and fatigue level at this point in the postseason.
When does that catch up to him?
Correct, as a young player, because there is a truth to it. We've all played basketball. There's a truth to old man strength.
Yeah. I got it right now. I finally am on the other side of it.
Your back might not work, but you can just oomph it.
Back today is not good, but look at the Spurs. You got Dylan Harper, Keldon Johnson, Carter Bryant, Harrison Barnes, and Luke Cornett. That's your next 5. Compare that to what the Knicks have of Deuce McBride, Landry Shamet, Jordan Clarkson, Karl Anthony Towns is actually their backup power forward, and then Mitchell Robinson, who just had surgery on a finger. It just doesn't feel the same there because you said it. Landry Shamet that slipper might not fit start Wednesday, and he might not be the little Cinderella for the New York Knicks. We'll see what their role players can do. I just have so much more confidence in the Spurs supporting cast, and I think Wemby's the best player on the floor, and that given a lot of respect to Jalen Brunson, but he is that little, and Wemby is not that little. So supporting cast and star power leads me to believe. You said Spurs in like 6?
Yeah.
I think the Knicks are going to fight. I'm going to go Spurs in 7. I think it's another 7.
Wemby at MSG winning would be incredible.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. So, obviously, every focus is on the French guy in San Antonio, and I'm rolling out deep cuts like Carter Bryant. There's a guy who's barely played in the playoffs for the Knicks who, to me, every time I watched the Knicks and he was on the court, was one of the most impressive players in this season.
Who is it?
French guy, Mohamed Diawara.
Okay, yeah.
If he plays for the Knicks, he's a 6'9" guy, super athletic, but if you think Wemby moves like a baby deer, this guy's straight up Bambi.
Yeah.
Like, he is not ready for this, but I'm fascinated to see if he gets a couple minutes of just all energy at Wemby. And this is a guy, Josh, who shot 37% from 3. He can do everything on the floor. So I'm fascinated if the Knicks go small, put Cat at the big, try to drag Wemby out, or if they go huge with, Robinson, Anunoby, Cat, and Bridges all at once. And I think the Knicks, because they have a couple different things they can do, it'll be fascinating, but ultimately the Spurs just have so many more tricks up their sleeve.
We're talking about a roster with a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, and a 22-year-old as important pieces possibly winning an NBA championship as soon as a couple of weeks from today. All right, remind everybody about our app contest that's going on. We're trying to hook you up, and you only have until the end of the week to participate so we can give someone this prize. It's our Day at the Lake contest, your chance to win everything you need for a lake day. If you win, you get 2 paddleboards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and how about $250 preloaded on a gift card for you? You got to fill up that cooler or your gas tank to get there, right? So let us hook you up with all of that, and all you have to do is simply download our app. It's the Denver Sports app. It's free, and then click on the Day at the Lake contest, and you are in just like that. We always want someone from the tribe to win, mostly so I can borrow your guys' paddleboards a little later on this summer. All right, Jake, boys in the back, I also wanted to ask Alex and Kevin something too. So we were at the Morgan Wallen concert this weekend. Kevin and I went Friday. A few other folks went Saturday. Friday night, Jake, you know you're not a Morgan fan, but he does this walkout, and it's famous, and it's like who of that town's celebrity is going to accompany Morgan?
I thought it was going to be Bruce Brown.
Yeah, we talked about it. That's right.
Yeah.
Bruce Brown, Peyton Manning, excuse me. Be real interesting if Peyton Watson was there.
And I'm signing the extension.
The place goes nuts. It was John freaking Elway on Friday night. And then nobody on Saturday night, Kevin, is that what you told me, right? Nobody came on Saturday?
Nobody came on Saturday. No one walked out with him. And that's when I thought it was going to be Bo, but I don't think Bo's in town. He's not in Cabo. I think he's still out of town.
How do you follow up John Elway, though?
That's pretty tough. And can you ask him to go twice? Like, hey, John, you want to come back? You probably can't extend that invitation the second time. But when he walked out, it was... Now nobody can hear me because I'm on the last row of the joint, but it's all good. Like Kevin, I don't know how you felt in the moment. You saw my video. I lost my mind when it was John Elway walking out with Morgan Wallen.
Well, see, and I did too. I'm like, John Elway! Yeah. You know, my video's all over the internet, so you just go find it.
Yeah, Kevin's crushed it this weekend.
But it just shows that John Elway is still loved here.
Mm-hmm. When Jake, so he points to him, and then the cameraman pivots over to John, and the stadium erupted for Mr. Elway. It was sick.
I live 2 miles away. I heard it.
Oh, see? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was awesome. So it leads me to this question for all of you, Alex, Kevin, Jake, me, our tribe members out there. If you're walking out, it's the Jake Shapiro concert, the Kevin Kistner show, the Alex Boteo show. Who walks out with you? Current athlete, past, present, whatever you want, who walks out with you to get the people going and to get, a little buzz going for you as well? It's like an old Boulder person for you?
Coach Prime. I thought Coach Prime. I thought Prime was going to be night 2 after I saw Elway was night 1.
He certainly needs the attention.
Yeah, he does. See, for me, and this is the tough part because you can't really pick another musician because they just perform with you. So I'd rather do a duet with Robert Plant.
Okay.
And come out to I always said if I was a pitcher coming out of the bullpen, I'd come out to when the levee breaks.
Yeah.
So come out to when the levee breaks with Robert Plant just shredding that.
That's pretty good.
That would be my thing. But if you're talking about a figure that you need to come out with, I mean, gosh, in this town you can't beat John Elway. That's the thing. So if it was another town, maybe another name, but I think Elway is probably the pick.
You know who else would get him fired up? Mike Shanahan. I thought about that Saturday of would Shanny walk out and get the folks going? I know he's a little older now, but still a pretty big name and recognition here in Denver.
See your own reflection off his teeth.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and maybe the skin is a little tight these days. But Shanahan was a name that popped through my head for Saturday because Morgan's gonna go football. It would have to be, the next best from that era,
right? If he was playing at Coors, maybe it's Todd Helton
because he wore the Todd Helton jersey later on that night. Kev, you got any names?
I think, obviously, if it was here in Denver, it'd be Payton, John, Bo. But I was thinking of, Minnesota. Garnett never went back to Minnesota for a long time.
Yeah.
Until this year. So if it was me and I was playing in Minnesota, I'd have my guy Kevin Garnett walk out with me. Because he would be pumped. I mean, that's a perfect pump-up guy right there.
That's right. That's right. Alex, you got a name?
I mean, I have 2 names. One of them's a little tough right now because I think he's still kind of in trouble.
Okay.
But I'm a big Denver sports guy. Chauncey Billups is one of my heroes.
All right. That's a little tough.
And now it's tough.
He was he was playing golf recently here with some people that I know. And I was
obviously
interesting
Nikola
circle.
Jokic is the one that's just let me just dap up the big fella. And that's
Do you think Nikola Jokic knows who Morgan Wallen is?
No. Well, I told you this the other day.
Oh, the Bruce
He
thing.
might be familiar with some of his music, but I don't know that he actually knows who he is.
Mm-hmm. He just knows the tune.
Yeah, because him and Bruce Brown work out at the same time, and Bruce is a huge country fan, and Bruce plays country. So.
All right, keep them coming. I want to know on the text line, RamosLaw.com text line, who you'd walk out. Denver legends of the past. Tell us at 303-713-1043. If you're watching the show, you can participate over there in the Sean Ponda Tribe Chat, youtube.com/DenverSports. I want to get to those answers and have that conversation about best and worst moves this offseason for the Broncos. That's coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
The upgrade you've been dreaming of at a price you didn't expect. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. This Memorial Day, get a 4-piece stainless kitchen for only $19.99. Get a GE front-load washer and dryer for only $15.98. Save $900. Or shop our clearance center and save up to 60%. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. The best service and the best prices. Why go anywhere else?
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Don't care for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 50 years. And they have one of my favorite auctions that's open for bidding right now that's ending June 3rd. A government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. This has SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, dump trucks, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Open for bidding right now only at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Colorado, set the summer trend. Get a 30% point of sale discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers statewide. Ditch the gas for powerful battery packs and breathe easier. Quieter equipment also means you can hear your go-to radio show while you mow. But don't wait. This hot deal only lasts through the end of the year. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we want to get with you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line and the Sean Ponda Tribe chat of who you would want to come walking out with you. Oh, this is right up Jake Shapiro's alley. Who's sitting in for Cecil? Vaughn in a cowboy hat, walking out would crush it. Says, I know y'all hate on my guy. It's just me. It's just me that's hating. But that would be awesome, and the crowd would go wild. Now, look, I'm talking about Vaughn joining the Broncos. Vaughn showing up at the concert to get the crowd fired up. That's exactly what Vaughn would do. He would be great at that part of it.
Yeah, Vaughn's ultimate hype guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was DeMarcus Ware's hype guy there for a little bit, and you saw how that went. I think some cool ones for me, like just because I'm such a big Olympics fan, would be like Michaela Schifrin or Lindsey Vonn. I just don't think they're getting like the crowd like that. And I'm.
But if you knew who they were, they'd be like, I would be like, oh my God, is that Lindsey Vonn? You know what I mean? Like,
you know who lives in Colorado and has some very deep Colorado ties now?
Who?
Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, that's right.
Again, not like locally the biggest one, but sports world-wise, Lewis Hamilton's way more famous than John Elway even.
There could be, like, Lewis Hamilton could walk down the street in Denver, and I don't know how many people would know who he was.
I think you would, because he would be the best-dressed man, and he's also, like, 5'6". Yeah. So you're like, who is this guy that, like, looks like this with 8 bodyguards?
I guess that's true.
And also, he is dating Kim Kardashian. Like, he ain't just out here.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, him and Kim K are, like, together right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, tough break for him in a few months, but right now it's probably going to be fun as hell.
Are we going to see Kim K at a Broncos game then?
Oh,
please no.
Oh, no.
Hey.
It's the Kim K curse?
It's that curse. We don't want that.
You know what the problem is, Kev? I think you're jealous because there would be a KK that's more famous associated with the Broncos than Kevin Kistner.
That's right. She would take your initial love.
That's true. Yeah, I don't like her.
I wouldn't mind just looking at her. You know? That's weird, but...
looking at the game, looking at her. Okay, dude. Okay, whatever floats your boat.
I wouldn't mind that. We've got multiple texts. Our boy Richie, he's texting, tuning in out there in Sacktown, and Big Perm said it. Aaron Gordon. Richie said the man who walked through the streets of Denver after helping them win their first title in franchise history would get the people fired up too.
Facts. And the thing is, though, just no one gets the crowd going like Broncos. Like, they're just on another level of fame here in this town.
Yeah.
That's part of it. I mean, getting, like, Nate would be awesome, but, like, what's Nate going to do? Pop, like, a smirk? Like,
right.
you know, like, he just isn't
He'd be
that type
mad
of
that
guy.
you had a beer in your hand. You're like, come on, Nate, it's a concert. It's what we're supposed to do.
No Tim Hortons for you.
How do you feel about Gabe? Gabe would be kind of cool.
Gabe would be pretty
Landeskog.
fun.
It's another one of your heartbeats of a team.
Get the ladies fired up.
The thing with Gabe, similar to Lewis Hamilton, is then there is somebody way more handsome than you also next to you.
My lady has only Gabe Landeskog hockey sweaters. It's the only one she owns, and she owns like 3 of them. I'm like, oh, I wonder why you keep asking for those. You don't want a McKinnon, huh? You don't want a Brock Nelson, who's closer to my age, or Brent Burns, who is my age. She just wants Gabe merchandise over and over again. The Todd Father or Larry Walker has been nominated on the RamosLaw.com text line as well.
Only if Larry walks out in a SpongeBob
I was
shirt.
just going to say.
He's got to dress up as the SpongeBob shirt.
If I'm doing the SpongeBob musical, Larry Walker's my guy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty damn good one. A hologram of Demaryius Thomas like they did Tupac a couple years ago?
No.
I like the Tupac hologram. I want that in my room.
At that point, I'm coming out with a hologram of Bob Weir and Jerry Garcia. Like, come on, man.
So it's just anybody from the past?
Yeah, like if we're going digging deep into the past, like, and the first governor of Colorado is here with me. Like, come on.
Somebody texting, who's Lewis Hamilton? See, I told you. All right, fun stuff. Keep the text coming. That's fun game. Who would you have if you're Morgan Wallen, who's walking out with you? All right, Jake, real quick revisit of a conversation about best and worst. ESPN has an article out about I can't not say it.
So good.
About who are the best and worst signings for the Denver Broncos this year. The worst was letting JFM walk and not having a real significant replacement. They have a couple bodies that they're going to throw at the problem, and nobody knows what that's going to look like. But what's interesting to me is they picked J.K. Dobbins being added more than Jalen Waddle being traded for. Dobbins coming back after some of the deals have been done. When I first read it, my initial reaction is like, oh, my God, this is so stupid. And then I think about it for a second. I go, all right, I know Davis Webb is going to call the plays. We hope he gets the runway that he deserves to actually call the plays and create his own identity as the Broncos playmaker. If that identity is even close to balanced, closer to balance than what it was with Sean Payton. Told you earlier, we say it all the time on this show, they led the league in pass attempts a year ago. That's who Sean is, and that's his identity. Will they continue to do that? I will say this. I think Jalen Waddle is going to be huge for this team. Middle of the field and some relief off of a guy like Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton. But if JK's right and plays the 14 games the right way, the back end of the 14 games, and it's not the front end and misses the rest of the year, and gives you 1,100, 1,200 yards, they might be right on this. A more balanced Broncos offense is exactly what Bo Nix needs. A more balanced Broncos offense is going to be exactly what the rest of the league would have to deal with versus a Bo Nix-led offense. If those things happen, and I get it, it's the biggest if in Denver sports right now, JK staying healthy. But if that happens, and I get 1,200 yards in 14 games from J.K. Dobbins, I think they're right in this article.
I'm trying to do the math on it right now, and I'm in radio, not math, so hold on. J.K. Dobbins last year, had he played the whole season, and that includes missing that half of one game because he got hurt in it, he would have rushed for just over 1,300 yards, okay? If you look at the NFL leaders in rushing yards last year, James Cook, 1,600, Derrick Henry, 1,500, Jonathan Taylor, 1,500, Bijan Robinson, 1,400, Devon Achane, 1,300, and then it would have been Dobbins at 6.
Wow.
And then you've got Williams, Gibbs, McCaffrey, Williams, Barkley, and Etienne. Those are your guys who all rushed for 1,100 yards. And I know the 1,000-yard mark is the big one, and there's 17 different guys that rush for 1,000. But you said earlier in the show that 1,100 yards was plausible, and I'm with you, especially in a 17-game season. Last year, the Broncos would have been one of the 11 teams in football with one of those 1,100-yard rushers, and you just heard those names. They're all on your fantasy football team. They're all leading you to fantasy football championships. And I think J.K. Dobbins being that guy, if he is able to stay healthy. Let's say Dobbins has one healthy season in his NFL career. It's next year. We're talking about Dobbins as a top 5, top 10 running back in the NFL, and that completely changes the equation for the Broncos. I know the idea of Jalen Waddle in some people's head can change the equation just because it's another dynamic offensive player, but in reality, it just makes what they're doing better. What J.K. Dobbins does is completely changes what the Broncos can be, and to me, that's in totality a better version of the Denver Broncos.
Well, we did it last week, an exercise where a quarterback getting a second top-tier NFL wide receiver, and I understand we said it last week, some people don't look at Cortland as the top tier, but when you game plan against him before Waddle here, you had to do that. Then your quarterback's numbers skyrocket. Completion percentage, yardage, touchdowns, interception ratio better. So that's where you can look at it. But Jake, what you're saying about JK, I didn't even realize this. Dude, he's only 27 years old. And he's not going to be 28 until we're in December of, weeks 15.
And simultaneously, there's more miles on him and less miles on him than anybody else because he's not played a lot, because he's been hurt a lot.
It's like a weird benefit of being injured so much.
Right. So, like, parts of your body, there aren't a lot of miles on you. And you just talked about your quarterbacks better. Okay. Here were, the top 5 rushers in the NFL last year. James Cook. Josh Allen's pretty good, isn't he? Derrick Henry. Well, Lamar Jackson's pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
Wasn't last year, but pretty good. Jonathan Taylor. The Colts made it work with, Daniel Jones
PJ,
because of Jonathan Taylor. Bijan Robinson. The Falcons were kind of successful with a revolving door of honestly bad things at quarterback. And then the exception here is Devon Achane, who just had a monster year carrying it. And then Kyron Williams is at 6, and Jamar Gibbs is at 7. Christian McCaffrey. Like, these are all the best quarterbacks in the league. They're all the best quarterbacks in the league, and they all have running backs that can really carry the team forward. And I think, again, for me, looking at it and what the Denver Broncos can improve at the most, it is the run game. It is Davis Webb. Jalen Waddle's a really nice piece to have. I like Jalen Waddle here. J.K. Dobbins can change everything for the Denver Broncos.
Stay healthy, and it will be a big piece. The problem is he just doesn't do that. We just have to hold our breath again on that player in that position. All right, I asked you earlier about the Buff season. I want to revisit that, but do it in a different way, because I want to ask you about coaches on the hot seat. I think Jared Bednar's there. David Ottoman's certainly there. Prime should be. And of those 3 coaches, do we trust any of them to get back to form? That's coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303-LAW 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303-LAW 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW 4040.
Ent is becoming Wings. It's a big change. But we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine. But we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
June hits different at Coors Field. Great matchups all month long, including the Chicago Cubs and Boston Red Sox. And the vibes don't stop there. Score exclusive giveaways, City Connect hat, a first-of-its-kind Dinger bobblehead, a Rockies soccer jersey, and a Hawaiian shirt on Father's Day. Baseball at altitude. It doesn't get better than this. Make your summer count. We're here for the climb. Get your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 1043 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, my man Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil today. Cecil's back tomorrow. I want to tell everybody about our Ultimate Showdown. It's going down on June 11th, so we're just 10 days away from Stoke versus ZB, head-to-head for 100 holes of golf. 100 holes of golf in one day, all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom. Their mission is to help kids play sports, and you can help. Who's going to raise the most money? That's where you can come in, pick your player, pick your fighter, make your donation, and help kids win. You want to roll with Stokely? Go to his website, StokelyCares.com. You want to roll with ZB? Well, hit his website. That is ZachCares.com, ZachCares.com or StokelyCares.com. That's it. Pick your player and let the kids win. So it's going to be fun. They'll tell a bunch of stories about it on their show, and you can check it out on the morning and the afternoon drive. All right, Jake, I asked you earlier about CU. Neither of us are real confident in what that team's going to look like this year. Schedule's tough. Roster's not great. Coach doesn't know what he's doing. Those are just three of the things, right?
Pretty important.
If I were to say, all right, David Adelman, don't trust him, don't think he's a good coach, my opinion. Deion Sanders, don't trust him, don't think he's a good coach, my opinion. Jared Bednar, do trust him, do think he's a good coach, but I think all three of them are sitting in a similar situation of like, and ironically enough, Deion gets the most grace, and he's the worst of the bunch. David's probably a worse coach, but he's got the roster that he has, and Prime doesn't have that.
I don't know that David is.
He might not be, but he has Nicola, so I give him the benefit of the doubt of like, give it to Nicola.
Deion had Travis Hunter.
True, and it was the only time he looked like an actual coach that shouldn't be coaching Thornton Junior football.
And he still messed up in half the games.
Yeah.
And Shador, his son, who is an NFL quarterback, saved him multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man.
All right, well, let's have that conversation. Of those three, do you have faith in any of them to get their teams, programs, in Prime's case, to be where they're supposed to be as soon as this year?
Deion Sanders is by far and away the lesser of the three when it comes to the hot seat. I don't think Deion Sanders is on the hot seat at all. I don't think that there's almost anything he could do to be on the hot seat after this year.
That's crazy.
He is by far and away the worst coach of the three, and it's not close. And the thing is, because college football in the way it is right now is so oriented around money, I mean, all sports is, but when you're the coach of a team in college football, it's more oriented on money, whereas, David Adelman doesn't really have to worry about the money situation of the Nuggets.
Yeah.
That's not his job. Deion Sanders positions Colorado up better than just about any other coach could, and that's the unfortunate part of this situation with Deion. He might not know how to call timeouts. He might not know how to trust his offensive coordinator. He might not know how to teach a defensive back, which is crazy because he's the best defensive back maybe ever. And yet, because of his marketability, Colorado is positioned pretty well in terms of their long-term future. Are they going to win anything next year? Probably not. Not of consequence. They might not even go bowling. But in the same regard, Deion doing what Deion does this next year in Boulder, even with far less attention because the shine is worn off, is still so much better than David Adelman with a second-round flameout next year. Like, it's just that's the situation for Colorado versus the Nuggets or the Avs.
Yeah, it's weird that you think about this, Jake. We could get to this spot next year, right? Hopefully they're playing into June, the Nuggets and the Avs. We could get to a spot next year where their teams return to the postseason, have a chance to fight in the playoff tournament, and then both of those coaches leave. And at the same time that's all happening, we had already gone through a college football season where Deion wins 4 to 6 games, maybe goes to some crappy bowl game that no one cares about unless you're a groupie or an alum, and I don't even know if you would care.
I care.
He would be safe. He would be safe in this situation.
I've asked Colorado football. This is Josh, and this is like, you talk about low expectations, and Jake, you tell me as a friend, you shouldn't be settling for this. Literally, if Colorado could just go to a bowl game every year at 6 wins, and then every third or fourth year just win 9-10 games, be in competition for their conference, I'd be happy. Like, I'm really not even asking for much, but that's how bad the last 2 decades since 2007 have been at Colorado. Deion Sanders can't meet my meager, low expectations of what I want, which is just fielding something that is something to be proud of all the time. And for me, and I've written about it, and Dion went at me for it, but it's true. The fact that these guys don't know the fight song, the fact that they don't play the fight song after touchdowns when Shedeur was the quarterback, those things really bother me as an alum who really care about the university. I understand college football is shifting, but I want these guys to feel like part of my community.
But you're not the only one that feels that way either, that has the same sort of ties that you have.
Correct, and I feel so disconnected from this football team. And not only are they bad now, but I'm now feeling disconnected from them. And maybe this is going on elsewhere around the country where people feel disconnected because of NIL, because of the portal. I can only speak to my experience here at the University of Colorado, and Dion happened to come in at the exact same time all of this got heightened. But I feel disconnected from that football program more so now than I ever have before. And, oh, yeah, they're still pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand what's going to make me go up to Folsom Field. Josh, this past fall was the first time I didn't go to a Buffs game.
Wow.
It was the first time I didn't go to a CU football game since 2006, I think.
Damn.
Didn't go to a single one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this weird thing of like NIL, and what NIL should be doing is bringing you better players, winning football games, and then the community buys in because of the wins, and you're not even doing that. It feels like there's this like, all right, we know the Dion groupie side of it, and they're never going to talk down to the guy, and that group is just happy to be here. You think you got invited to the dance, and you got Deion Sanders, well, you're walking behind him, and you think that's good enough. And then there's folks like you that I tend to align with, and I'm not an alum of the university, but rooted for them my entire life, of, hey, all right, yeah, it was cute and fun the first couple of years, but now I feel like I'm being sold the bill of bad goods of like, hey, this isn't what it was supposed to be, and now we're being laughed at instead of elevated, which is what you guys promised Dion was bringing.
Rick George was the only athletic director in the country desperate enough to hire Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders was so desperate enough for a Power 5 job with his son entering his upperclassman years of college that he came to Colorado. This has always been a marriage of desperation, and
Real fast, you don't think Deion would have got an offer from anybody else?
Not that year, no.
Okay.
I watched all weekend the College World Series. I mean, and we're not at that point, but it's the NCAA tournament. There was the regional finals all across the country. And one of the things that happened when Rick George took this job initially as the athletic director of the University of Colorado, which he's now passed on to Fernando Lovo, he said, coming over from the Texas Rangers, I really want to institute a baseball program and grow athletics at the University of Colorado. I would have rather they spent all the money they spent on Dion just to save the football program on a baseball program. I am so sick of watching the same thing happen with the football program every year in Boulder, no matter who the coach is, no matter how shiny the product is. It's just not fun to watch. And they've given me 2 years, Josh. They've given me 2 years in the last 20 that are worth talking about. It's because the man who sits in this seat right here, Phil Lindsay, was awesome with his teammates. It wasn't because of the coach. And then again, it was because the coach got his son, who was awesome, and his adopted son, who was awesome, to come play for the team, and they carried them in Shedeur and Travis. And those are the only two glimmers of hope I've had over 20 years.
Wow.
Josh, they haven't won a postseason game since 2004.
Yeah.
They haven't won a postseason game since 2004, and we still have fans. Like, that's a remarkable thing. You could make a case that there are no more diehard fans than CU football fans in this state of Colorado. Like, we have been through everything. So I'm not even sitting here going, fire Dion. I've never said fire Dion. I don't think he's right for the job, but I also see the argument for why he's in charge and what he's bringing for the university. I just hope he can set the program up for whatever's next, because that next thing is going to be so important. And now Fernando Lovo, who is a respected athletic director, is going to have the chance, hopefully in the next couple of years, to bring in that next thing. And from my perspective, I would either rather A, Colorado find a way into the big boys, which I know they'll never be Alabama, but they can be in there and they can at least compete, or B, just be in a Division II program. Like,
Wow.
there's no point in being in this middle ground.
But they need the money from Division I things that come with that.
Yeah, they do make a tremendous amount off their football program, but I do wonder if they end up in a situation similar to like where the North Dakotas, the South Dakotas are the world, would they make a similar amount of money in a sub-tier of college football? Because let's just be honest, college football now is just minor league football. It's all, the Band-Aid's been ripped off. We all see it. So they're in the minor league of the minor league.
Well, and you know this better than anybody. They've kicked those tires already several times up there in Boulder.
Yep.
Several times those tires have been kicked, and then Dion walked through the door as the savior and still hasn't saved anything. All right, fun Buffs conversation. Had to get into it while I had Jake Shapiro here in studio with me, sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Let's get into hour number 4, a.k.a. quarter number 4, going back to the Nuggets. Can the Nuggets achieve what fans want and what the owners want all in one offseason? Let's answer that next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and I am never going back. Soda weight loss now. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, and thank them very much for getting my swagger back, my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to learning how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is real weight loss done the right way. It's Soda weight loss. SodaDietAndNutrition.com. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. And right now, you can join, and your partner joins free. That's 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Real food, real results. There's no mystery pills, no mystery injections. You've got a real nutritionist that is available via text to answer your questions, concerns, and then just give you straight up encouragement sometime through your weight loss journey. And now down 60 pounds and never going back. I can thank the people at Soda, and I love them so much. You'll love them as well. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, online 866-800-SODA. It's Soda weight loss. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
There's nothing between a motorcyclist and the road, and when a careless driver causes a motorcycle crash, the results can be catastrophic. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been standing up for seriously injured riders across Colorado. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't rest until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call us today, the Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW, or WillHiteWins.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
The playoffs bring out the teams that are built to last through pressure, intensity, and long nights on the ice. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a regular season performer. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, choose the team built for the playoffs. Visit piperelectric.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by
the third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp. If you've got kids into the game and want to learn a little bit more about it from pros that did it at the highest level, like Mark Schlereth, like Philip Lindsay, like Brandon Stokely, you can get that at our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp on June 27th. Plus, some coaches from Denver South are going to be there. The best part about it is all proceeds benefit Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Colorado. I said it before, they've helped me in my life, then I've got to go back and help them in my life, and it's been really cool to see it grow. For more information and to register your children, head to DenverSports.com/camp. It's DenverSports.com/camp. All right, Jake Shapiro, our final hour here on a Monday, and I want to start this last hour talking a little Nuggets with you. Talking about the Nuggets situation that they're in, trying to avoid a repeater tax fine, keep themselves under aprons, and all of those good things. I believe the answer is not just like no, it's a hell no. Is it possible for fans and owners to get what they want this season, this offseason? Can you put a championship contender back on the court and keep Stan and Josh's pocketbook where they want it to be?
There is no way in which the Denver Nuggets get better this offseason if the Nuggets go under the luxury tax. And I'm not talking about the second apron. I'm talking about just straight up the luxury tax, which seems to be the goal to get out of the repeater tax.
And that's $201 million. They currently have 10 players under contract for next year at $210 million.
You would need to trade Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. And you are not getting better while trading Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. Some people are probably going, oh, well, we can get a guy who plays more than Aaron Gordon. Yeah, but here's the thing. You're not winning a championship right now unless Aaron Gordon's healthy in the postseason.
Agreed.
And the guy you trade Aaron Gordon for is not going to be good enough for you to win a championship. So the best bet is Aaron Gordon is just being healthy. Like all of the bets the Nuggets need to make. And look, Josh, they need to roll literally like 6 dice at this point on Peyton Watson's contract, on Aaron Gordon, on Christian Wright. And they all need to come up 5 or better. Like the odds are slim now. This is not, we're building towards an open window. But when I look at what the Knicks are right now, the Knicks have just run it back year and year again. They've made slight changes with their coaches, with their bench. But they've run it back. They knew they weren't the best team. Boston's the best team. Here come the Pacers. Oh, here's the noise about the Pacers. The Heat are always lurking. Oh, here come the Bucks with Giannis. The Knicks just kept steady with the same team. Oh, and the Cavs, the best team in the league. Knicks are steady. Everything broke right for them this playoffs, and the Knicks caught fire, and the Knicks are now in the finals. This is the situation the Denver Nuggets need now. Is the Nuggets need to probably run it back, knowing they're not the best, but hey, maybe the Thunder panic, and maybe the Spurs have a hangover, and the Lakers are a disaster because they can't figure it out without LeBron, who, oh yeah, he's one of the best players of all time, but somehow losing him was going to make us a better team. I don't know how that works, but that's what's about to happen with the Lakers.
Yeah.
And the Suns are a disaster because their owner, and Portland's making a step forward, but they're not there yet, and Utah's making a step forward, but they're not there yet. The Nuggets could very easily be one of the top 3 teams in the Western Conference once again next year. And if some things happen in front of you, there is a pathway forward. I do not believe in my heart of hearts that the Nuggets, the way they looked in this postseason, was indicative of their true performance. I saw them play for 82 games. That was not the exact same team. They looked different because they didn't have their starting power forward with Aaron Gordon. They didn't have their backup power forward with Peyton Watson. Now, losing to that Minnesota team, that's a joke. That was on the coach. The coach should have been fired. We're all clear on that. But in terms of talent and roster building and money moving forward, keeping this group together, which we know is a flawed group, is actually a better proposition than them. Let's find out what's inside the box, baby. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a mystery. We love a mystery. Let's open up the box. Because guess what? They could trade just about one first-round pick, and it's 26 in this draft, and that's not that appealing. Aaron Gordon and 26 in this draft, what's that getting you? Not something that's going to win you a title.
That was always my biggest issue, and I did it with Jamal. Of everybody wants to, and I get it. I get it from fans. It drives me crazy when lazy radio hosts do it. Of like, well, that's the biggest piece in front of you. The lowest hanging fruit right there is like, well, you got to trade Jamal Murray. What are you going to get back, Jake? Are you going to get back? What's Jamal lack that the Nuggets fans don't have? And again, coming from the guy that was the hardest on Jamal in this entire market. Jamal doesn't play great defense. Understand. Acknowledged. You think you're going to get a guy that plays great defense, can handle the ball, can run DHOs, can go high screen and rolls, can shoot, can be clutch, and can do all the things, can be all third-team NBA the way that Jamal can, and be an all-world defender? There's 4 of those guys in the world. You're not going to trade them straight up for a Jamal Murray. So it's just like this unrealistic expectations from Nuggets fans. Yeah, the probably best bet is to run it back. But I said this the day after their season ended. You can run it back, give me a championship contender on the court, but because of who the coach is, you're not going to win a championship. Are they good enough? It's a no for me. But in your mind, are they good enough to overcome DA if they're running it back with this core?
No. And that's the thing. They were so dominant with the roster and the talent in 23 that Malone did help. I'm not going to discredit Malone. Malone won a championship, but I think there were a lot of coaches that could have won a championship with that team. And obviously Malone caught them up the next year in 24. I still would have honestly liked to see Malone get a chance in 25, but because of Russell Westbrook and some things that happened behind the scenes, Malone lost his voice in the locker room, and that had to be done. It had to be done. And I wish it didn't, because I would have loved to see Malone with this year's team, with next year's team. And I think it would have gone a little bit different. Look, I don't think David Adelman's as bad of a coach as we were making Deion Sanders out to be in the last segment. I think David Adelman will one day be a good coach. I think year 2 will be better for David Adelman. I just don't think that he's what the Nuggets need, and I don't think he's the voice that's going to ruminate throughout the Nuggets room and get them to the level. You know, part of the whole thing with David is he was going to help some of the young guys, and he was going to play the young guys, and they were going to take a step forward. Every single player in the Nuggets was hurt this year, and yet we saw the young guys take how much development? David says after the season, he goes, yeah, we didn't really have a chance to play those guys. What do you mean? The entire month of February and January, no one was healthy.
I mean, the only one that made an impact was Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones came in and then they couldn't even get a deal done.
Julian Strother was freaking fantastic in the second half of the season. Why didn't he play in the playoffs?
That's a great question, especially with Timmy struggling the way that Timmy struggled.
And he won you a playoff game last year. What happened? Why didn't Deron Holmes play at all? Like, I know it would have been bad at times. He's a young player. You have to live with it. Deron Holmes couldn't get on the floor when Jokic and Val were hurt.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Now Val's going to be gone, and David sent the wrong message. You're going to be forced to play Deron Holmes as a backup center this year.
Who is probably not a center. He's a power forward. Another tweener guy.
He's not going to play anywhere in the paint. That's not his game.
By the way, he led the Nuggets in three-point shooting percentage. I don't know if you know that.
Wow, I did not know that.
It's a fun fact. He shot like 50%. Like it's not a real stat, but
it's like 4 of 8.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, but he can shoot, which is good. He can play probably next to Jokic, which is good, but he's not what the Nuggets particularly need. And we're going into a season next year that there's a real chance that their backup point guard is Jalen Pickett and their backup center is Deron Holmes.
Wow.
And I want to know how that wins you a championship. I would even be fine with Tyus Jones coming back. Tyus Jones was awesome against the Timberwolves in that final game.
That was the one adjustment David made that made basketball sense.
Because guess what the Nuggets' biggest problem was? Everyone's going to say, Nikola didn't defend.
Ball handling?
Ball handling. So how does trading Jamal Murray help you when he's your best ball handler?
Amen, sister. Amen.
Appreciate.
Yeah. You and I are on the same page for once when it comes to the Nuggets.
I know.
We spent the last 3 years arguing over everything Nuggets.
Took us this long. I don't know if I changed, you changed, or they changed, but something changed.
Something changed for sure. I want to hear what Bill Simmons had to say about the Nuggets. Let's do that coming up at 1:30. We got to talk about the biggest stories happening in the NFL today. A major trade was made earlier this afternoon. The Rams have the best pass rusher in the league in Myles Garrett.
And are we ever going to find out about Jared Bednar?
Are we ever going to find out about Jared Bednar? We'll get into that as the show goes on, but some NFL news, the latest on Russell Wilson, and a giant trade made already today coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado, so your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer's coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from ROX Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of June. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters.
Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
John Anderson, the voice of Yes, is coming to the Paramount Theater. An evening of progressive rock mastery with one of the most recognizable voices in music. Yes Epics, Classics, and more featuring John Anderson and the band Geeks. July 8th, 7:30 p.m. at Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at ParamountDenver.com. Don't miss John Anderson with the band Geeks for an unforgettable night. Brought to you by Danny Salisco Presents.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to get back to Nuggets conversation at 1:30. You'll hear what Bill Simmons had to say about the Kroenke family. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, Jake Shapiro and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but it was the biggest story of the day. A major trade went down in the NFL today. A bombshell, as Shefty put it. The Browns are finalizing a trade that's going to send two-time Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams. I don't care who had the story first. In exchange for Garrett, the Rams are going to send Pro Bowl edge rusher Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, and other draft pick compensation.
It's a 28 second and a 29 third.
Okay, so they get a first, second, and a third plus Jared Verse. Wow, for Myles Garrett. I guess that's the price of doing business when you got the best defensive player in the NFL going the other way. Now, Jared Verse isn't no chump either, but he's just not quite a Myles Garrett type of player. But this is what has been done in the NFL today. So June 1 didn't bring AJ to New England. It brought Myles to Los Angeles.
And I come away with this going, this was a very hefty price to pay. And
that's a first, a second, a third in 3 straight rounds and a Pro Bowl player.
Is the difference between Verse and Garrett all that much? And obviously 23 sacks for 7 is a lot different. Right. But with the contract values and Verse being a third-year player next year, he's still on a rookie deal for a couple more years. I also think, could the Browns have gotten more for Myles Garrett had they traded him 2 years ago? Though my take in Denver mostly is, here comes Stan Kroenke making a big deal on June 1, and I'm still wondering who our hockey coach is, but here we are trading for the D-boy out in L.A. because they're so worried about, after we host the World Cup final this summer, we got to host the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day. So a Rams Super Bowl push makes a lot of sense, though, again, why did they draft a quarterback this year if they were going all in?
Yeah, you think Stafford would want something to help him out, right?
Right. Why not another edge rusher?
Or if this is your philosophy, you F them picks and you go get a quarterback whenever you need them and risk the future. By the way, all that makes more sense because the NFL is going to, sooner rather than later, allow GMs to trade picks 5 years out rather than 3 years out, and all this takes care of itself.
Last 10 years, the Rams have taken 3 first-rounders. They've only held 3 other first-rounders. Jared Goff, Jared Verse, and Ty Simpson.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Damn. And so 2 of them have been traded, and 1 is not going to play for a couple of years.
Yeah.
3 picks in 10 years, 3 first-round picks in 10 years, and a Super Bowl.
And I think it's fascinating to think about it, not only from...
You think that's worth it as a fan?
Yeah.
1 Super Bowl, 10 years, don't have 3.
If you told me my team wins a Super Bowl every 10 years, that's way better. I don't care about young players. Why? I'm so excited about, RJ Harvey. Oh, man.
I would say that, too, but then I just lived through the last 10 years of the Broncos, and it was absolutely terrible.
Yeah, but you get one. It hasn't like they've been bad the other 9 years. They're good every year, and they won Super Bowl every 10 years.
If it were a guarantee every 10 years, I would be Super Bowl champions right now.
Right, exactly.
So I'd forget about all that ill will.
They would have just won the Super Bowl. We would have been coming off the Super Bowl, and by the way, the entire time between you would have been good. So I think it's interesting to study the Rams, not only from the perspective of what does it mean in the rest of the KSE empire, but also from the perspective of this is the same money source that the Denver Broncos are operating from. And not only do the Broncos care a lot about winning, as we've seen, and I would argue care more about winning than KSE.
Agreed.
So they're going to look and pull strategies from whatever the Rams are doing because they want to follow what a smart football team is doing and how can they do better. What are they doing that we can learn from, that we can do better than? What are they doing that we don't like? So I've been privy to some conversations that were off the record between Kevin Demoff and Damani Leach when they were in similar situations. And I just think that the reaction between those two, because they are two figures that are so central to Denver sports, but when it comes to the NFL, our rivals, it's just a fascinating dichotomy for what we have to go through. And that Week 3 game between the Rams and the Broncos not only is now more interesting from the Myles Garrett perspective, but it's something I noted to you, Josh. The last time the Rams played the Broncos, that's the game that got Hackett fired. It was the SpongeBob Russell, what is he doing throwing the ball there game, right? That game has so much meaning because of the ownership battle going on in the suites because, hey, man, if we're cousins and our football teams are duking it out and they only play every 3 years, that's 3 years of smack talk.
I'll talk
right
my
there.
talk, yeah.
Yeah,
it's an interesting situation to be in as Denver sports fans, seeing the out-of-market team get elevated and win because of what's in front of them right now. The SoFi Super Bowl makes so much sense. Just having that there, the opportunity to play at your home stadium for a Super Bowl. And the report from Schefter and the boys that had it was that the Rams were calling over and over and over again. That's why I asked you earlier about micromanagement, because I'm fascinated by this. They leave the Avalanche alone because they trust the people that they have in place. They don't necessarily leave the Nuggets alone. Because
Josh Kroenke played basketball at Mizzou.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You could say because they don't trust the place, or Josh thinks he knows more about basketball than he actually knows about basketball.
Here's a fascinating trivia question for anyone who walks into a bar, and I'm not going to make you answer because I'm giving you the answer right now. Who scored more points at the University of Missouri, Josh Kroenke or Michael Porter Jr.?
It's Josh, right?
It's Josh.
Yeah. But that doesn't make him fit to start building everything because he was born on third base. You know what I mean?
He was pretty good at Missouri. He was a good role player for them. It wasn't like, the rich guy's son who's on the end of the bench as a walk-on. He was a role player for a good Mizzou team. I mean, I just don't want to take away, something that Josh actually accomplished in his life. You know what I mean?
He could have gone to a better school, right?
I mean, I'm a little favoritism towards KU, but they got deep ties in Missouri.
All right.
Not deep enough to keep the football team there, though.
It's not. I just not sure what this move means for the rest of the NFL, but the Rams, who are already, I think, one of 4 or 5 teams that can go win the Super Bowl this year, just got the best defensive player in the world. And the other move that's not as significant, it might affect how you watch games. Russell Wilson is joining CBS as an analyst, and he'll be up there with Bill Cowher, James Brown, and Nate Burleson. Do you watch pregame and postgame stuff that much?
As somebody who parties on Saturday nights, I do not watch the pregame. I turn it on right at 10:59, and I go straight to Red Zone. And if the Broncos are playing, Broncos and Red Zone, and then I watch, you know what I watch? I watch the Sunday Night Football right between the games because it's what else am I doing with this 30 minutes?
Catch up of the day, too.
Yeah, even though I just saw it all, you kind of lose track of everything that happened.
I will say before this job, before I got into this field, I watched it all day, every day. The pre, the post, the halftime, watched all of it. Now I'm exactly like you. Kickoff starts at 11:07. I'll turn my TV on at 11:07.
I frankly just don't care what most of these people have to say. There are a couple people, and one of them actually worked for a station, Mark Schlereth, of smart analysts. I really value what they say. There's a couple people over at ESPN, a couple people at CBS. All these networks have them, but I try to catch up with them on social media, their podcasts. I don't have an appetite for watching a pregame show at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. It's just not interesting to me. So I'm happy for Russ. I'm happy he's getting out of the house for Sierra, so he can do something. But I have a feeling that Russell Wilson come week 7 is going to be probably playing for some football team because they need a quarterback so desperately.
Well, Captain Cornball will be on your TV until that call comes in. He is on the CBS crew as of today. All right, let's get back to that Nuggets conversation. Let's hear what Bill Simmons had to say about the Cronkies and about these Nuggets. Jake and I don't see this one the same way, and we'll tell you why coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Tom's Garage Door, Tom's Garage Door. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
I started my first business at 12 years old, mowing lawns for about $5 a yard. I thought I was crushing it until my buddy down the street undercut me by $2. But he didn't just cut the price, he cut corners too. That's when I learned if you do the job right, people trust you, and integrity beats profit. People care more about how you show up and whether you do what you say you're gonna do. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. From garage door repairs to upgrades, we show up, we crush it, and we stand behind every job. We only use the best parts, and the spring's guaranteed to last a lifetime. Because when you care about the people you serve, you work harder, and it shows. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. And yeah, we still beat the other guy.
Tom's Garage Doors, Tom's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health, but then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Choose one of Wendy's new Biggie deals. For a pretty biggie deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I was green with envy all weekend from the videos. My aunt went Saturday, and I'm like, you got to take a video of Ella and just send it my way. I got to say, too, I'm engaged, and you're a married man, but Kevin, this got to be something you pass forth. Morgan keeps looking in her eyes like that. We're going to have a problem, bro.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You're going to fight Morgan.
I mean, I have to. Sometimes you got to fight to fight. You're not going to win. You just got to fight to fight.
You don't know what he's going to throw at you.
I was going to say, bring a table.
Fair, yeah.
It might be a table. It might be his piano like Friday night. It might be a chair. I don't know.
He does get a little upset.
Yeah.
Man, the chemistry between those two made me, jealous. Is the only word I can really say.
Yeah.
Did not like it at all.
Like, back up, Morgan.
Yeah.
See, for you, Ella Langley was here this weekend. I also feel very similarly to you about Ella Langley, but it's funny because Outside Days was also this weekend.
Yeah.
Dawes, one of my favorite bands. The lead singer is married to Mandy Moore, all-timer.
What?
Yes. And then
little candy action? Dude.
Opening for them was Japanese Breakfast, who is one of my favorite artists, Michelle Zahner, and she is like, she's a Jewish girl from Philly who's half Asian, and she makes gorgeous music. And I was just like, half my favorite artists are in Denver this weekend, and I'm priced out of all of them. And so I just went to go see my buddy's band at High Dive for $15, and I had a great time. Don't get me wrong, but I was like, this is ridiculous.
I think your wife had a great time. I saw that photo.
She did. She didn't remember that we got Taco Bell after.
Nice, even better. Yeah, I'm jealous that I didn't get to see Ella, but I hope everybody had a ton of fun, and it looked like it was an awesome show. All right, we're going back to the Nuggets here because there's something that Bill Simmons said over the weekend. Last night is when it surfaced all over the internet, and he's talking about the Nuggets, and you'll hear him here. It's kind of in closing of their podcast, but talking about the situation that the Nuggets are in.
I'll leave you with this. Why does Denver have to trade anybody to sign Payton Watson? If you have Jokic on your team, pay everybody. Denver fans, clip this out. Kroenke's got $1 kajillion. Just pay Payton Watson and keep everyone else on your team because your owner's super rich.
He makes it sound so simple. And I get it. It should be that simple, Jake.
It is.
But it is if they were down and they're not down, they being the Kroenkes, as Bill Simmons is laying out. It should be that simple. If I were an owner, well, this is interesting. I'm shallow. I'm petty. I care about money way more than I should.
But you're competitive as heck, dude.
You're right about that. That would take over as my competitive nature because I want to win at everything. I obsess over winning at everything to a fault, honestly.
I think that you would be okay with losing money some years as long as you were competitive.
It's also like
because you would think about the franchise valuation at the end and go, I'm putting money into something.
It's about ROI.
It's the same thing as why, I know you're into the real estate game. It's the exact same thing. I'm putting money into something that right now it's going to cost me, but it's going to come back to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that you would be.
I don't have any liquid cash, but someday I can sell stuff and have cash.
And the thing is, they own more land than anyone else in this country besides the federal government. Stan Kroenke does.
Wow.
So I have a hard time believing the people that just traded for Myles Garrett this afternoon, won the Premier League and was playing in the Champions League final, had both of their teams make the playoffs that are in this town, and continually, including now getting rent from the Summit on Dick's Sporting Goods Park, find ways to make money and are redoing everything around Ball Arena. I have a hard time believing that you can't pay some tax dollars to make sure that you put out the best basketball team possible next year. And I understand, I'm talking out of the side of my mouth going, you have to just position yourself best. I don't think you're going to be the best basketball team. And you could use that argument to go, look, we're going to come back in 3 years. We're going to try and be better. You know what Jokic's going to be in 3 years? He ain't going to be an MVP.
He'll be 35 years old.
Right. So I don't think that works the way that you need it to. I think their best chance of extending this window It's not from hitting on a draft pick late in the first round or middle of the first round if they fall a little bit. It's not on winning 150% on the dollar on a trade, because that's not happening like it did with Aaron Gordon again. It's just not. It's that Payton Watson takes a leap. And in order for Payton Watson to take a leap in Denver, you have to sign him. And in order for Payton Watson to have the people around him, you need to pay for the team around him. And I'm not even someone that's going, you need to re-sign Jonas Valanciunas. I think it would be helpful. You should re-sign Jonas Valanciunas, but it's not going to be heartbreaking to me if you don't. To me, if you trade Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon and don't bring back Payton Watson or some combination of that, that's heartbreaking. You know, the amount of time that Jamal Murray, Payton Watson, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic have spent on the floor together in their careers?
No.
It's like 350 minutes.
Wow.
Those guys are awesome. I don't understand why they haven't been on the floor together for more time, and there's all sorts of reasons why I've been there. Like, I get it, actually, but, like, it's stupid when you think about it of why that's occurred. And they overpaid for Christian Braun. Okay, they're already past that point, whatever. Cam Johnson, you can get off that contract if you want. But I don't know that you're getting a player back that's a starting caliber player for less money than what Cam Johnson's making.
Mm-hmm.
In order for the Nuggets to position themselves the best, and Josh Kroenke has said over and over he owes it to Nikola Jokic to spend on the team, they have to spend on this team, and they need to keep these guys and pay Payton Watson. And it's a heck of a proposition, and I'm with Bill Simmons. They have a cajillion dollars. They literally do. If you see them not spend on this team and you are dissatisfied with this team, you as a fan have tremendous power. You have tickets, you can cancel them, you can not go to the games, you can cancel your TV subscription, you can stop listening to the radio station, you can stop supporting their other sports. You have tremendous power. You think you don't, but you do.
Mm-hmm.
You actually have the power in this situation. So you can use your voice and your dollar to show your disdain for how Kroenke treats Nikola Jokic's prime.
I want to keep this conversation going. In fact, I want to ask you something about what you just said. The form of protest that fans can have. I'm going to tie it to the Rockies, but what I want us to do is have the conversation as to why it's different and why a protest could actually work if that's the route that fans were going to go. Let's do that coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. You know, certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, you know, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay them?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
Zero. That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. You know, we're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
You know, thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to continue our conversation about what fans can do to get the Nuggets on track. Kind of relate that to what the Rockies fan base said for a very, very long time. And we're going to get into that in just a couple of seconds. One more reminder, final reminder today about our Day at the Lake contest. All you got to do is download our Denver Sports app, and you could win the following: 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and $250 on a gift card to help you fill up that cooler or your gas tank to get you out to the lake. All you have to do is download the Denver Sports app. It's free. Just search Denver Sports wherever it is you get your apps and click on the Day at the Lake contest, and you're in, just like that. Always want someone from the tribe to get our prizes, so go get this prize, and you will have everything you need for the perfect day. Perfect. There you go, at the lake. Thank you, Alex. Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Cecil will be back tomorrow, but Jake, we were just talking about it, this option that Nuggets fans have. You can be mad at the Cronkies. You can show them with your cancellations, not going to games, all the things that you can do. And I said, I get it, it's not apples and apples, but I heard for years and years and years that everybody needs to do that with the Rockies. I thought it was one of the weaker takes. Oh, just don't go. Just don't show up. And everybody said that for decades, and nothing changed. I was never that guy. My lady loves going to baseball games. It's a fun little date night for us. It's something actually affordable in this freaking city. You can go and watch a baseball game. It never worked. I have a hard time going like, okay, we can all show our frustration. I'm just as frustrated as you, Jake, and we're certainly not alone. But I just, one, if we show our frustrations through that, is it really going to do anything? Because I don't think that the Kroenke group values any of us as fans. And if they did, we wouldn't be having these kind of conversations right now anyway. So if we stop showing up and stop buying and supporting financially, unless that's a rate of like 100,000, I don't think it matters at all to anybody down there.
You say that about the Rockies, but things have changed. The Walton Penners own 40% of the team now. They're run by a completely different outside voice that's come in Paul DePodesta. And I'm not going to say that they've had no impact. I think that the protest, per se, of the Rockies was never real. Like, it never happened in a way that people were actively not going to the ballpark and, coming out and with signs and ownership needs to sell. But I think the noise got loud enough that it did rattle the Monforts. And I think the talk once, Westward and other organizations started posting articles about every single organization the Monforts owned and how you can actually really hurt them, I think that actually did affect them.
So you think people took action based on the information they were provided and it affected the bottom line?
Yeah. And I think to this day, people have been so turned off by the Rockies since the Nolan trade that there is so much ill will to the organization that some of the decisions they've made have actually come as a consequence of the actions they've had in the past. I think 100%. And again, they didn't really protest, but fans decided to make decisions with their pocketbook. I mean, how many committed Rockies fans do you know right now, Josh?
Committed? Like go and support no matter what?
And that are like watching on TV most nights and whatever.
Zero. I know zero of those.
How many did you know in like 2017?
A lot.
Yeah. I think that had an effect.
I was.
Me too.
Yeah, I was doing that.
And I mean, I went on Saturday and I was like, it was fun. I watched Friday night's game, the comeback. Like, I'm watching a lot. Like, I'm in the upper echelon.
Your boy Zeke on Friday night.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And you know what caught up the next day? Brett Sullivan, fourth appearance on the mound. Yep. They've got the same amount of home runs as innings on the mound.
One day he held the lead.
Brutal. But I just can't sit here in good conscience and, say I'm really committed and I'm really invested in the Rockies. And some may call that being a bandwagon fan. I disagree. I think that your bandwidth, I call it fanwidth when you're a fan.
Okay,
your
like
fanwidth is so limited, and the amount of money you have is limited for most people that you can't just be pouring your time and energy and money into a team that's not supporting it back. And I think the reality of that happening year after year with the Rockies eventually did take an effect. I don't think there was ever really a protest, but I think people just kept making decisions year after year, and it eventually affected what the Rockies were doing at an operating cost. The only team that has diehard fans that'll come no matter what in this town is the Broncos. Mm-hmm. Everyone else has to prove it. And I don't think, again, that's being a bandwagon fan. I think I don't want to go to a game and spend all this money and watch my team lose. I just don't. That's not what I want to do. That's why the Rapids struggle to get fans, because they struggle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Well, and it's almost like, all right, you say this happened. I can argue the Nolan trade, which you brought up, and then I go 3 straight losing seasons. But the reality is it's probably a little bit of your column, a little bit of my column, and that's what's brought this together of things actually being changed. And I think there was a part of Dick, and this is all my pure speculation. I've had one-on-one conversations with Dick one time ever in the history of me being in the media, and it didn't go well. Shocker, right? I think there was a lot of in Dick's mind, he was always or still was, hey, I'm the owner of the Colorado Rockies, and that means something. And I think he held himself in a higher regard than the rest of us did, but then that flipped. 300 straight losing seasons, the whole Bradish experiment and the way that was perceived by the public, the trading and handling of Nolan Arenado. I think then at that point, Dick was in a position where, even as delusional as it may have been, he's like, oh, I'm not loved. This isn't a cool, fun job for me to do anymore. I'm actually hated. What we talked about earlier. I'm more hated than even respected.
Yeah, and I think
and he doesn't want to live like that.
Wearing his purple shoes, sitting in the second row behind the Rockies dugout, I think that all got old, and he hasn't been as visible. I mean, he was a pretty visible owner, especially compared to the Cronkies in this town. Like, he was very visible.
He was at every game, and he'd respond to your emails.
And he wasn't even sitting in the suites mostly. He was just sitting on, right there in the lower bowl, right behind the dugout. So I actually respect Dick Monfort a lot for a lot of different things. Like, really, I mean, he has done a really good job with that ballpark. He cares. He is involved. I mean, the problem is he's too involved and he makes decisions with his money that I would not be making if I was in charge of a baseball team. But the point being is, the decisions you make as a fan, when they start to pile up game after game, year after year, they affect how these teams operate. And if you get into a situation with the Denver Nuggets where you are disappointed in which they handled the Nikola Jokic era, You can be very brash and very loud about it right away, or you can start to just make subtle decisions year after year, and that'll change the way that team operates. So you have power. Like, I just want to stress that enough, is people do not think they have power in these situations. Ultimately, these are community assets owned by these organizations, these billionaires at the top. The Colorado Rockies are not moving from Denver ever. The Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche are never relocating, no matter how many times they get threatened or whatever. Both of them just signed a giant lease to stay at Ball Arena for like the next 30 years, or the property there, because they might build another stadium there, but that's a whole other thing. These teams are not moving. You don't have to worry about that. So whatever your nuclear card is for being a fan and being upset, they can't play theirs, and keep that in mind.
That's a nice play. That's a nice play. Like I said, it's tough to look at, all right, we're going to be able to have an impact on everything or decisions that they make. I get it. The Rockies did finally make change. I do think it's just a few little things that added up to that. Do it, though. I mean, the only option is to voice frustration and hold out if you can hold out. It's the only thing some fans can do. I'm just not sure there's enough of us that are willing to.
Bill Simmons saying what he said over the weekend had an impact and got back to the Cronkies.
You think so?
Yeah. I think me and you saying what we're constantly saying about them being cheap gets back to the Cronkies. I don't think they like being considered cheap based off of what we heard at that press conference where Josh was disputing the fact that they were cheap.
Right.
They don't want to be considered cheap. So you keep calling them cheap, it's going to bother them.
Well, let's hope it bothers them enough before Nikola Jokic is 35 years old and the window has closed for the Denver Nuggets. That, of course, would be worst-case scenario. All right, their other team there at Ball Arena, and Jake, we had a story up at DenverSports.com, still up there. I think it was our buddy Will Peterson that wrote it. You brought it up earlier about the David Carl interviews. He respectfully declined those interviews. It is now Monday. We're going to get through the week here. Will we or won't we hear from anybody at the Colorado Avalanche just as like a end-of-season presser where then they could be asked the question, hey, what's the latest on Jared Bednar? Have you made any decisions? Why have we got no news of that? And when will it come? How many days did we have to wait after the Nuggets season? Do you remember?
I think the Nuggets lost on a Thursday. We heard over the weekend that it was likely he was going to come back. And then I think on Monday or Tuesday, they announced the press conference for the rest of the week. So this is already later in terms of a timeline than what we had with the Nuggets.
Unless they, well, I guess if they did it this afternoon, it'd still be a day later.
Right. And it is kind of interesting. We're at that point. But again, when your owner was in London this weekend at a parade for his football club that actually ended up losing their last game, it is hard for him to maybe get across the pond in time to respond, though I don't remember if he's talked at these past Avs end-of-season press conferences, so I don't know what they're waiting for.
I don't know that he goes to every single one. I know he's been at a couple. I mean, he shows up when there's adversity and things to be talked about.
Well, I think he'd probably want to put his face on, we support Jared. Jared's our guy, but we haven't extended him, so we don't really have that much faith in him, right? Like, that's going to be the conversation. I mean, if they extend, honestly, Josh, and I don't know if it's the right move, but if they extend Jared, I honestly will give them a lot of credit because it'll be putting their faith and being convicted in something. And I honestly think a lot of times in sports when you're not sure what the right decision is, am I going to throw a fastball or a curveball here? Just being convicted about the thing you're going to do is is actually better than not knowing what you want to do next. So if they're convicted and give Jared Bednar, I really do think they either need to fire him or give an extension. Playing it out this year is not going to be the move. It's not going to make anyone happy. It's not going to set them up for success.
I try to convince myself of convention when I'm standing over my golf ball. Like, this will be a good shot. You're going to land on the green within 5 feet of the pin.
I know I want to use my 4-iron here. I know I do.
And then it's off to the right into the woods, and I'm dog cussing myself out on the walk there. All right, man. It's been a ton of fun, Jake. This is always fun when you and I get to sit down, rap, and do this radio thing. Thank you so much for sitting in here. Again, one more reminder about our ultimate showdown between Stoke and ZB. 100 holes for kids, 100 holes of golf in one day to raise money for Recruiting Classroom. Their mission is a great one, simply to help kids play sports. You pick your player, donate, and see who wins. You want to support Stokely? Go to StokelyCares.com. You want to support Zach? Go to ZachCares.com. The big winner, of course, are the kids that Recruiting Classroom will help. Jake, I always ask Cecil this, and then he's got 50,000 things going on, so he always has something. You're a pretty busy man as well. But nights like this where no hockey, no hoops, the Rockies are going to be in action. See if June treats them a little bit better than May did when they won 8 games. What do you do on a slow sports night? You just 2K'ing it all night long?
Bro, come on. One, I'm watching the French Open right now
Oh,
while we're doing this.
Yeah.
So this will go on for another couple hours with Francis Tiafoe, hopefully.
You've been
2,
locked in, too. For the people that don't know, he is locked in on what's going on here.
I'm giving takes while watching a match, man. This is great. So we'll be watching the French Open tonight. College World Series tonight is a lot of game 7s of the regionals to figure out who goes to the super regionals. I was locked in watching Squeeze play on ESPN Plus last night. That is a fantastic convention. For those of you who do not know, it's Red Zone, but for college baseball, it is fantastic. So I got that. And then I got the little AMC A-list. I might go see.
That's right.
I might go see the Tuner tonight, which is a action, I think, what's it called? Heist movie about a guy who's like a piano tuner.
Okay.
So that might be my night. What about you, buddy?
I ignored my dishwasher being broken all weekend because I was feeling it from Morgan on Saturday. Had the nephew most of the weekend, so that's on the agenda. But since about noon, I've been trying to come up with an excuse to tell Kelsey why I can't do it when I get home. I just have to do it probably, though.
Here's why. We thought it was going to hail. I've been so worried about the car. I'm protecting all this stuff.
That's a good play.
There you go.
That's a good play. But then so my lady's going out of town this weekend. I want to play golf every day. I got to get this done before she goes, because if it's not done before she goes and it's not done when she gets back, I'm in some serious trouble.
Can't you get someone to come out like while you're on the course?
Oh, and just I don't do it, but I take the credit?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty smart play.
Yeah.
Like the commercial, the guys that call the plumbers.
Yeah, you have enough money. Like, here's the keys. You got this. I'll be back at 4.
I don't have enough money. I don't know.
You'll be good. I know some guys.
All right. I might have to. Some people in the tribe did hit me up and say, hey, I can help you out with that. I might be hitting you guys up sooner rather than
It's a dishwasher, right? How hard could it be?
There's like 3 moving parts, and I've already tried to fix 2 of them.
So all you got left is the last one.
So it has to be the last one. But I'm an idiot. I don't know. We'll see what happens today. I'll report back tomorrow how it went down. Right here on KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus our friends up in Laramie at KARS-FM. That's 102.9. Phil, how do you do it? You handyman around the house? Wife says something's broken, you go fix it, or are you bringing somebody in?
Oh, I love to think I'm the handyman. Now, I've gotten better. YouTube has saved my life.
YouTube University is a real deal.
You guys know how to put up sconces, like the lights up in the bathrooms.
No, but YouTube's got my answer.
So YouTube is gonna have your answer, and it deals with electricity. So
see, I'm terrified to do anything electric.
Yes, but if you follow the directions the right way, Josh, then you'll be just fine. And so I've done some electrician work, although I don't have my license. Plumbing, I've tried to do that a couple times. The dishwasher. Fixed that once or twice. I think I'm a handyman. I can fix my car if I need to. I'm not the greatest at it, but I try, man.
I'm going to give the dishwasher a good, honest try from YouTube University.
But what's wrong with it?
I think it's a piece of we had a barbecue at the house a couple weeks ago, and I think one of my nieces or nephews put plastic in the dishwasher, and a piece is stuck in there.
Okay, yeah, then something like that. Just clean it out and YouTube. You
know what the best YouTube University video is? If you go, hey, YouTube, how do I tie a tie? How to tie a tie.
Yeah.
Do you know who did the video that's got the most views? How to tie a tie.
No.
A young, 12-year-old Jason Tatum on YouTube. How to tie a tie. 3 million views.
Wow.
Jason Tatum
That's
at 12 years
impressive.
old will teach you how to tie
Just
a tie.
stick the clip on.
Does everybody in the room know how to tie a tie?
Jason Tatum taught me.
Phil?
So, not good.
Okay.
I've tried a couple times. Of course, in the NFL, you always have to wear a tie. And, I lived in my parents' basement, so my mom would tie my tie for me.
All right.
So I
Phil was minus 400. The overwhelming favorite of the person in the room that doesn't know how to tie a tie.
I don't want to say it, but we had to wear them in, high school sports, you have to dress up on game day.
Sure. Yeah.
So you have to wear a tie on game day, and that's how I learned to do it back in high school.
Clip-ons, baby. Get the clip-ons.
Dude, I literally, and I've shared this before, but my mom had us in church so much growing up. Like when I tell you so much, imagining wake up on a Sunday morning, go to church, come home for 6-8 hours, and go back for the evening service at night.
On Sunday?
On Sunday. Two
So
services.
2 days on Sunday.
Morning and in the evening, and then also middle of the week. I didn't play AAU basketball until I was in 8th grade. I had coaches calling my home for 3-4 years prior to that, but my mom was like, interferes with church schedule. Like, nope. And so I learned how to tie a tie when I was probably maybe 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
You know, 8, 9 years old.
See, I did the church. We did church Sunday. The family would go, but then Wednesday the bus would pick me up only, and none of my other family would come. And I always thought, like, this is
really
BS of, like, because I was going through communion and all this stuff of, like, wait a minute. So I have to go, and the rest of you stay home and watch The Simpsons and eat dinner together? What kind of bogus nonsense is that?
You're like, Josh really needs saving.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
You grew up in Boulder with your parents as deadheads, man. I've seen my
Chef
dad.
had the life.
I've never seen my dad tie a tie once. I've never seen my dad wear a tie. We're good.
So do you not know?
No, Jason Tatum taught me from the video on
you're
YouTube.
being serious.
Yeah, like I literally learned from Jason Tatum on YouTube how to tie a tie.
That is hilarious.
Do you do YouTube University when you got to fix stuff around the house, or you just call the handyman?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's YouTube first, then handyman. Like,
Okay.
if we can handle it together, like, me and my wife will watch the video, and, like, can we figure it out together? I can't read directions of any kind.
Yep.
So, no, like legitimately, I've talked to Phil about this off the air. Like, I have, like, a series, like, my brain just does not register. Like growing up, kids could, like, build Legos. I couldn't build them. My brain, there's like a huge gap there. I'm sure if I like seriously sat down and like wrote stuff down and like tried to really, maybe I could get through some
I
stuff.
was just
But
say, I hope you could build some Legos now.
no, that's my wife. I tell, like, when Legos come home,
Yeah.
that's your job, or it's not getting done, or he's gonna have to figure it out on his own. But
Good luck, little man.
So how it works in my house is my wife literally, and this is long standing at this point. This is 10 years of this at this point. She has the directions, and she's the foreman on the job site, like directs me like exactly what to do, but you got to be specific, like direct me exactly what to do.
Now turn it, ZB. You got to turn it with the screwdriver now.
My God.
Like, when's lunch break? I'm sick of this nonsense.
Dude.
I quit.
There are no fights in my house like the IKEA direction fights.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Phil, I'm going to be real. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it here on time.
I didn't think you were going to make it either, man.
I was just caught in a hailstorm on 225. And did hail not come through here?
So it did for a quick second. They weren't big, like little pellets here or there. I don't know how it was for you going down the highway, but for us, and I'm under a tree, so hopefully I didn't get hit. We didn't get it that long.
Yeah, it was. They weren't the big guys, but
No.
they were probably like marble size. So
you're on top of your car, sacrificing yourself so that
I've had this car for 6 months.
Exactly,
like,
so the Jeep
yeah.
doesn't get or the Bronco doesn't get all
Yes,
messed up.
Yes. It was like one of those, but I'm like, but I'm going down the road, and I'm like basically like traffic almost comes to a complete stop. Like we are like when I say we're inching, like I'm going like 2 miles per hour, and I'm realizing, and I probably would have done the same thing if I thought about it. Like, you get close to a bridge, and people are camping out underneath the bridge, but they're now pushing into the road. People don't care.
Yeah.
And so like you're like this 4 lanes of traffic are like funneled through really 2 lanes, but also people are just shook because it's hailing. And I get it. I mean, it's like you're hearing it on the top of your car, and it's like, I can't believe I'm stuck in this. Luckily I got here on time, but I will tell you, man, I love Colorado. I love so much about Colorado. That is my least favorite part about the Centennial State by a country mile. It's the amount of hail that we get. It's just, I mean, dude, there are some like zip codes that are changing like from a $5,000 deductible to fix your roof to like a percentage of your house.
Oh, yeah.
And I've never heard of that. Maybe it does happen in other places around the country, but it's the one thing that after nearly a decade of living here, I just cannot get used to is the amount of hail that we can get.
Definitely. I mean, and Z also, like, when you talk about the house, it's like, hey, you get your roof redone, and you're like, okay, you're happy about it, and all of a sudden the hail comes through, and it's like, now I have damage on the roof. I'm going to have to get it redone again, or hopefully the insurance takes care of it. It's a bull crap. So the hail needs to leave. It needs to go bye-bye. Bring in more sunshine, and I know we get it all the time, but even more than what we get, and call it a day, right?
Yeah, dude, it's been. I had a when I first got to Denver, I had this little car. It was a Toyota Celera, and I was here at work, and I've told this story before. When I say, well, it like damn near like totaled the car. I mean, it wasn't the car was too old to like really put the effort in and put do the deductible and go through the whole thing. It was like a 2006. That's what it was, a 2006 Toyota Solara. Damn. And so this is like 2018. This happened, dude. A softball size hail, like no joke, a softball came right through the back window. Like if someone was sitting in my back seat, like I have kids now, like someone's dying. It was strong enough to smash through, like someone took a baseball bat, smash right through the back windshield. It was just nuts. And we've got our roof done. We've seen our neighbors around us have done it twice. We think ours is good. It's been good. We've gotten a lot of moisture on it, and we're good. But yeah, it's totaled cars, it's totaled roofs, and I can't.
It takes everything from us.
I can't escape it, man. Here I am driving down the road in this new car, and I'm like, I can't believe I'm in this situation.
Come to find out, you were the guy in the tunnel. You're the guy right there under the bridge.
I wish I was. I park right there in the middle of the road. Go around me. I'm staying right here. Oh my gosh, you have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend, man. A great weekend. Was fast. My sister ended up getting married.
Congrats.
Yeah, I appreciate
to her.
that. So getting to see all my brothers and sisters, my aunts and uncles. It was a great time. And then Sunday, just chill, man. Chill, get back to the groove, the rhythm of things, because we've been on vacation. So Hawaii time difference is just insane. So we're trying to kind of just get reorganized. And it was a great weekend. What about you, man?
It was great. Watched my son play a baseball game and watched Game 7 and cooked some food. And we yesterday I took the entire family down to Coors Field. Went to the Rockies game. It was so fun, man. And like the score of the game is irrelevant to me. But like when you bring young kids to a game, especially my 7-year-old boy who's got like the bandwidth to pay attention, like my 4-year-old's just out of control. But my son he's got the bandwidth to pay attention. So when you bring a kid like that to a game, you don't want to see a pitcher's duel. You want to see the ball flying out of the ballpark, doubles. There was a Coors Field record, 9 doubles hit by the Giants. So obviously wasn't the result we wanted, but I mean to see that many runs scored, that's what you're looking for when you have a 7-year-old at the game. It was a beautiful day, and just like that, the weekend's over, and here we are back at it
on the grind.
It feels like we're just here on Friday afternoon.